Hello.
At one point, the
For a World War II project I'm working on, I can't.
AI Slop has invaded VG's channel. Well, the thumbnail isn't AI. That's a space cat.
This video is sponsored by to a lot of the people watching. I am going to show them here to adequately talk about 9 years ago. There are several people who were maybe even at Pol door for these tripwires, but you also get to see the entire layout of the room before you enter.
I gotta try Ready or Not. Hello, Nikki? Silent Hill F sucks. This new skate game looks like it's gonna suck too.
name Mizkif was synonymous with Twitch itself. As one of the platform's most popular streamers, and arguably a pioneer of the just chatting genre, he had the world
Beat baby steps? Yeah, I should.
at his fingertips. A few years and a series of allegations later, he's destroyed any goodwill he once captured, and everyone is simply ready to accept his fate as yet another deservedly canceled streamer. But it wasn't always this way. In 2015, Matthew Renuato was just
Sean Strickland versus Anthony Hernandez is rumored. Who wins? I don't know who Anthony Hernandez is, but I'm going to go with Anthony Hernandez because Sean Strickland seems like he's way over the hill at this point. I think he's taken too many hard shots to the head. And, you know, general damage, getting older, mental illness, whatnot. So my money would be on Sean Strickland losing.
some Italian kid from New Jersey. He was attending school for finance, hoping to eventually work for Vanguard, one of the largest investment companies in the world. He claims that at 16 years old, he joined a Skype group called The Wolf of Weed Street, led by a man who may be Jason Spatafora, an investor known for his dealings with cannabis companies. But I'm not sure if this is the same guy that Matt is talking about, as there are actually a few Wolves of Weed Street. Now, Matt claims that by following the advice of this Skype group, he managed to turn $2,500 into $150,000 at the age of 16. However, due to poor investments, that number would
I only played Tony Hawk Pro Skater 3. Never played any of the others.
shrink to $15,000. But this did give him a passion for finance, which he would pursue a degree in. After finishing college, he had his Vanguard job lined up and was ready to enter the finance pro workforce. But during a trip to Wildwood, New Jersey, he suffered from a sudden health issue. His left arm went completely numb during the day. His friend, an EMT, stated that he was probably fine, and Miz just took his word for it.
That's stupid. Sounds like it could be a blood clot or heart attack.
React to this VG.
Let me see.
The normie American rights are freaking out about the election of Zohan Mamamdi, or something like that, because he represents a tidal shift away from American politics as it was traditionally done. Now, American politics as it was traditionally done was done in a certain way, but there was always a kind of unspoken assumption of demographic superiority and demographic inferiority. So you have ethnic voting blocks for minorities and non-ethnic voting blocks for the majority, and the majority, of course, were the white Americans. And so the ethnic minorities were kind of dependents on the white Americans, but that paradigm only continues as long as those demographics hold true. And in the case of New York, well, in the last 20 years, things have changed. And so you can expect the politics to change with them. I mean, Zohan himself is an immigrant to America, and what he has done is built a coalition of foreigners to gain political power in New York over the native-born New Yorkers. And I saw lots of people posting stuff like this. This dude's closing pitch ad is literally him speaking Arabic in front of the Palestinian flag. Yeah, he's a foreigner. They're all foreigners. Don't you understand what the demographic changes in New York have wrought? Like, this is genuinely his pitch and his constituency. And it turns out that his constituency is larger than the native white population of New York now. What has happened in many places in Britain, such as with our Gaza MPs, is happening in New York, and it's happened to one of the first or second largest and most important cities in America. This is your future.
It's very hard to believe that foreigners are largely responsible for electing this guy. New York is filled with left-wing, libtard, communist, white guilt dipshits. So it's just dumb fucking beta male twinks, gay retards, and women who voted for this guy. And anytime how you bring up, like, the guy's a literal Muslim terrorist, they just accuse you of Islamophobia. Like, that's the type that voted this guy in. Like, it's New York. It's just loaded with fucktards.
Just like it's happened here. These people didn't need to integrate because you brought so many of them in such large numbers, and you allowed them to concentrate themselves in particular areas. And they realized that if they've been given the franchise, which for some reason we just give everyone who comes to our countries the franchise, that they don't have to vote for you. They don't have to vote for Andrew Cuomo. They don't have to care. And I saw a lot of people saying, well, look, New Yorkers have forgotten 9/11 because they've elected a communist jihadi. And it's like, I don't think you understand. The people who voted for him were not in New York in 9/11. They were not there at the time. Those people have left, by the most part. And these are new people who are not only not American, but don't care about your sacred cows. They don't care about 9/11. If anything, a lot of them would have been on the other side of that question and not have appreciated America's response to it. They're there for prosperity. They're there to take of yours what they can take. And this couldn't be more explicit in his acceptance speech. Like, this is crazy how explicit and on the nose this is. He says this movement was made by Yemeni bodega owners, Mexican abulers, Senegalese taxi drivers, Uzbek...
You know, Sargon's kind of a fucking retard. He's not appealing to Yemeni bodega owners or Mexican abuelas or any of this other shit. He's appealing to white guilt, left-wing fucktards who are like, oh, diversity, I'm gonna suck a dick for the first time now. Like, that's who likes this shit. I don't think there's, like, again, I don't think the minority population in New York is really enough to, get somebody elected. It's just white guilt fucktards who are voting for this horse shit.
Nurses, Trinidadian line cooks, and Ethiopian aunties. But not Americans. There are no Americans involved in this, because what this is a coalition of foreigners conducting a kind of intersectional jihad against the native population of the what's left of the native population of New York. They realize that actually we can form our intersectional coalition a racial coalition of every race against the white man, and we can win. And so what that means is the structures in place in New York that were set up by those people 50, 60 years ago when New York was like 97% European, well, they're all things that they've been on the receiving end of. I mean, as Styx Hexenhauer puts here, this movement was built by people we exploited for decades as service workers. Yeah, but it turns out they can vote. And it turns out that if you have a socialist who's like, you know what, there is actually a shared class interest amongst all of these non-white races, then these can be stitched together into a coalition and thrown as a weapon at the establishment. Now, I'm not even saying it's not justified to do this. Everyone is aware of the rent prices in New York. Like, my God. And all of the everything there costs a huge amount. And everyone is aware that that is the case. And so I'm not saying...
Why are these SJWs so obsessed with diversity anyway?
It's a communist thing. Just communist, retarded, brain rot horse shit. You know. Just the usual dumb gay shit. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
Saying that there isn't even a legitimate argument to be made there. What I'm saying is, these people will make it on their terms and not yours. And I swear to God, it was so weird watching people like Ted Cruz, the kind of normie Republicans, being like, well, this seems like an easy one in New York City. Vote for a Democrat, just a Democrat, who until yesterday were the most evil force in the world, or an actual communist jihadist, a literal Karl Marx quoting America-hating jihadist. Well, let's look at the demographics who vote for him, shall we? As you can see, it's only white men that basically didn't vote for him. White women, barely. But black men, black women, Latino men, Latino women, all other, 58%. Like, this was a collective assault by the global south on the traditional governing structures of...
Well, that should tell you, it makes a ton of sense that, you know, like, women are the ones who are watching TikTok, so...
New York against the first world. This is them saying, we want your resources. And of course, Zoran has been saying all sorts of crazy things. Like, we're going to, you know, just all sorts of hyper-socialist things. And this is what has led Ted Cruz to be like, well, I mean, aren't you worried about, like, an actual Karl Marx quoting jihadist? It's like, not really, because that's not something they care about. Like, a lot of the immigrant groups, if we go back to his list of people who are that made the movement, do you think Yemenis, Mexicans, Senegalese, Uzbeks, Trinidadians, and Ethiopians care about communism? You think they care about jihad or Islam? Do you think they care that what you say is bad is the prejudice of white Protestant America?
It's just white chicks and gay dudes who voted for the loser.
His mother gave him ibuprofen, thinking he just had some mild cold. While he initially thought it was a non-issue, later that night he woke up coughing up blood, his heart feeling like it was about to explode, and screaming at the top of his lungs. His dad floored it to the emergency room, where the doctor immediately accused him of being on cocaine. But Miz wasn't. After a week and a half in the hospital, tests determined that he had viral myocarditis, which is essentially when the heart becomes inflamed due to an infection. While it wasn't known exactly what illness had caused the issue initially, it had been building up for years in the back.
Boy, way do these people of color at white people so much. VG, what did whites do to them?
I don't know, man. It's very confusing. It's just communist propaganda horseshit at the end of the day. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
background of Miz's life. It was made worse by him taking the ADHD medication Adderall for 5 years prior, ultimately causing his heart to beat faster than normal and exasperating this pre-existing health issue. While it's clear that this needed to be addressed far earlier, the doctors also told Miz that if his mother hadn't given him ibuprofen that night, he could have died. Now unable to take Adderall to focus, and having taken so much time off when he was meant to be starting work at Vanguard, Matt's dreams of being a finance bro began to fade. After working an odd job in California for 3 months, Vanguard was once again willing to hire him, but then his parents decided to move from Jersey to Florida, and Matt went with them, not wanting to be away from his immediate family. So, with his Vanguard dreams once again put to bed, he considered pursuing another dream he had from the very beginning: online content creation. To understand what made Miz successful, you have to understand that he began as primarily a viewer of the scene and a community member. Mizkif had joined the Discord server of YouTuber Glink, someone who was embedded in the culture of Twitch and had made various videos commenting on the current events of the streaming world. Mizkif had become a regular in Glink's Discord and was told by the community there that he was funny and had a lot of knowledge on the ins and outs of Twitch subculture. They suggested that he make videos of his own. In 2018, the Twitch community was really beginning to come into its own, with names like Mitch Jones, Greek God X, Tyler1, and Dr. Disrespects dominating the platform. Miz knew that if he began streaming, he was coming into a world where no one knew his name or had any reason to watch him. At the time, his viewer count could be as low as 10 people watching on a good day. It would take months, maybe even years, before he made $1 off of his efforts, so he decided to take a shortcut. He began producing short documentaries about the lives of some of the biggest names on Twitch. The first one was about Tyler1, well known for screaming while playing League of Legends. Tyler was huge on Twitch, regularly streaming to tens of thousands of people and having one of the most dedicated audiences on the entire platform. Mizkif's documentary about Tyler made it clear that he was a fan of him, and while he did crack some jokes at his expense, it was all in good fun. Initially, this video got literally no views. No one cared. But Glink apparently gave Mizkif the idea to start spamming Tyler and other streamers in his circle to see if they would watch it on stream. He lucked out with Tyler's brother, E-Rob, who watched the video and sent his audience to drop a like and give it some more views, boosting it in the algorithm. From here, Miz managed to make a small name for himself. But more importantly, he had found an exploit to get attention. He repeated this formula with Greek God X, Dr. Disrespect, Mitch Jones, Ninja, and Asmongold, many of whom reacted to the documentaries on their own streams, which Mizkif would then clip and post on his own channel, with these clips outpacing the views of the original documentaries tenfold.
Greek didn't begin to get fat until his early years in high school, where he would skip gym class to eat Dunkaroos and play Minecraft in the library.
Most of the streamers took them pretty well, having an easy time playing off the jokes and appreciating that Miz was clearly a fan of them. Most.
And was known in school for his extremely bad ADHD and terrible SpongeBob impressions. When Tyler wasn't forgetting songs.
Are you kidding me, dude? Man, I'd watch that if this guy wasn't an idiot. First of all, I wasn't born in Lake Villa.
Kappa 123's in the chat. I was born in the Detroit hospital.
Bruh.
It's easy to see why people liked Mizkif's videos. He was definitely knowledgeable enough about these streamers to crack jokes that only their audience would understand. And some of these guys like Ninja, while they may not have taken it the best, did have absolutely massive audiences. Tyler Blevins reacted to the Mizkif video on him to over 140,000 live viewers. Within just 3 months of its release, the Tyler1 documentary had hit 1 million views. And this is in a time before documentary content was the norm on YouTube, especially when it came to YouTubers, and really when it came to streamers. There were only a select few who had found any success doing it, but the man whose attention mattered the most for his connections was Ice Poseidon. Nowadays, it's likely that if you know the name Ice Poseidon, you have some sort of negative connotation associated with the brand, even if you don't know why. He's definitely made that bed for himself due to various controversies. But at the time, Ice was one of the most popular
New Frank Shorts. If you've already seen, please rewatch and take a long time analyzing the schizo.
Perfection. Fuck. My fucking keyboard sucks.
And while we're at it, why do these SJWs act like people of color are above criticism? Human beings aren't above criticism.
Yeah. It's just another communism thing, Dodo. But thanks for the donation. Yeah, pro-Israel mega Jew. We already saw these. I'm not going to rewatch stuff we already reacted to on stream. Thanks for the donation, though, dude.
Popular and beloved creators on all of Twitch. And to give credit where credit is due, Ice is extremely important to the history of streaming. While he began as a common RuneScape guy, the thing that really catapulted him into stardom was his IRL streams. Something so novel at that time that Twitch had to create an entirely new category on their site to accommodate its popularity. As a pioneer of online content, he was an extremely valuable connection for anyone.
That was some good shit. I mean, he was wrong in like half the details, but it was funny.
Seeing the potential in young Mizkif, Ice Poseidon got his manager, scuffed Steve Jobs, to get in contact with young Miz and offer to fly him out to California to make a documentary on his streaming career. Matt had officially graduated from a regular viewer to someone invested in the meta aspects of Twitch culture, and now he was an actual part of it. While the documentary never came to fruition, it did give way to another opportunity to be a cameraman for Ice Poseidon's streams. Also, I see that Ice Poseidon is a man of culture, so be sure to use code TOM for 10% off at gamersupps.gg/Tom. When he arrived at Ice's house, he would tweet on the 16th of May, 2018, "Everyone is smoking blunts and talking about rappers, and I just want to play World of Warcraft and watch E-Rob VODs. The house smells like Greek," referring to Greek god X, "ate a bunch of Chipotle and all over the floor." These streams were extremely chaotic, and so was Ice's community. They would feature cameos from names like Sam Pepper, Anything for Views, Andy Milanakis, Asian Andy, and many others. Ice was at the peak of his career as a mainstream creator, and Miz managed to carve out a reputation for himself as Ice's quick-witted cameraman. Ice even offered for Miz to stay in Los Angeles full-time and be a part of his traveling entourage, an offer that was definitely difficult to refuse, but that's exactly what Miz did. Instead of becoming a staple of Ice's streams, in July of 2018, he decided to move back to his parents' house in Florida and stream on his own, using the
The donate tellers, you only forgot the latest Frank short.
I was ordered by this judge that I cannot speak certain things about Paul Saladino, that he plagiarized, copied, or stole from me, that he engaged in dishonest practices. And the more I read this judgment,
Chris James also no Chris he hates don't like Mom Donnie because he's a jihadist moron, not just because he's anti-Israel.
Yes, that is correct. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
the more I was like, is he even allowed to do this? And the answer is no.
Do you guys notice all the speckles of crap all over him? There's like this weird dust in his hair, all over his like hoodie and his shirt. What the fuck is that?
A judge cannot silence you based on a default. They have to find you guilty of the defamation or whatever crime
That's not true.
occurred first. And if you don't know,
That's not true. If you don't show up to court, they'll probably make you lose by default. So Frank's an idiot.
what a default judgment is, it is a finding of liability, not a guilty, except sometimes in specific minor cases like traffic. It even says it here. A judge cannot use a default judgment to silence someone's public statements. It is a matter of free speech, and the only way...
This is an AI overview, so I'm assuming this has, I don't know if this... Yeah, I don't know if Frank is only being sued civilly, but, I don't... honestly not sure if he is, because some of the things he did were actual crimes. I'm not sure how it works with libel, cyber piracy, stuff like that.
He can actually silence me is if they find me guilty of the defamation, which would require some sort of fair trial or fair hearing, which they did not do. There are no circumstances where he should have been allowed.
Like, this doesn't make any fucking sense, because if this is some kind of libel case, and Frank refuses to show up to court, and one of the whole fucking reasons for the libel case is so that the defendant, or not the defendant, the plaintiff, can get this person to shut the fuck up. What, you just never have to show up to court, and then you get to say whatever the fuck you want?
To issue that order. And to top it all off, I wasn't even properly served the default judgment in the first place. Paul Saladino's lawyer committed perjury in...
Yeah, this, he put his parents' address as his business address, and, obviously the lawyer would send the court documents there, and then he's using the excuse that, oh, I never got it. Well, you're the one who put your business address as your parents' address. You can't just use that excuse.
Submitting a fraudulent affidavit of service to my parents' address saying that I would serve the lawsuit and I would serve the default judgment. So he shouldn't even be able to do anything.
So notice what he did there. At first he said, I was never served the default judgment. Then, the second time he mentions it, he said he was never served, like, the lawsuit. What does this have to do with the lawsuit? This has to do with the fucking default judgment.
Blaha talking about you and Alex Leonidas.
Elite professional athlete.
Okay, we'll take a look at that in a second. Thanks for the donation, Midget Blaha.
And Spec King of Morons defending Mom Donnie.
Yeah, the usual suspects. Dark Sinovia is a fucking retard. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Or not naturally. Done. This is a very straightforward thing. Hey, lifting, I'm honestly, quite frankly, tired of arguing with you about stuff that has been my real life experience in the lifting world. Just stop. I'm not interested in your bullshit counter arguments. You're a child with no experience. Fuck off. Next. Jason, do you think Alpha Desi's over here? Yes. We could see when he did his first oral cycle, it was very obvious. 10 years ago when he started, everybody knew when he went on gear and he got the moon face. It was overwhelmingly, blaringly obvious to every single...
So, yeah, he's a full-fledged retard.
Serious lifter on the entire planet. Everybody knew. We all...
So, if you gain weight, you're on steroids. Okay, I guess cake is steroids?
knew, we all recognized it, we all laughed about it. You guys are so fucking naive. I just can't. I just can't with the stupidity of not knowing this. You guys are not lifters. If you don't know this stuff and recognize it, don't claim that you're a lifter or a real lifter or know anything about the lifting world. Just stop. Now, just don't call it like it is. Just stop. You are children with zero experience. If you even need to ask this. It was, everybody knew when he went on.
No.
So,
I don't think, like, literally anybody ever accused Alex of being a fake natty. Like, maybe some random fucktard in his comment section or something, but no one's ever accused Alex of being a fake natty.
Next. So just stop, guys. Answer whoever did all those likes took them all away. All right. lifting, I've already told you the reasoning. When you start your first cycle, we all know. If you go to the gym with a bunch of old school lifters and you go on gear, we all know. You don't have to tell us. You don't have to discuss it. We can tell.
Uh-huh.
It is obvious. And as soon as you guys are no longer noobs, 10 years of experience later, you'll be like, oh man, I feel stupid as hell. Done. All right, so Sean is called for your kapow. Anybody else? Sean is a channel member. Alejandro's voted the kapow. Are we giving any space? Like, this is not even a point of argument at this point. Kapow, kapow, kapow. All right, lifting, you're out of here. You've been found guilty by a jury of your peers, and I pass judgment.
All right, well, Jason is a very jealous retard. Majin Buu Reloaded donated $2. Let me see.
What's going on, guys? Welcome back to
Diamond Jim is insanely cringe. Yeah, I'd agree with that. It's kind of funny. I often find myself agreeing with Clavicle and Androgenic on a lot of this shit.
another video, and today we're going to review one of the most outrageous gyms that I've come across that's kind of popped up in the gym sphere recently, the really meathead side of the, gym influencer, section. So we're going to be taking a look at the Diamond Gym. Some of you may have heard of it, but basically what it's known for is, really going like with that boot camp style training. But unfortunately, that's not how you optimally train. These guys are just completely fucking wasting their time, training completely suboptimally and really hindering their progress simply to be cool, or I'm not sure if this is just
anything, because I still haven't even been properly served any paperwork, but for him to do this really doesn't make sense to me. Are these judges used to getting away with such illegal and ridiculous court misconduct? And it makes sense.
Like, again, this doesn't make any logical sense to me. I don't see how you can just escape dealing with some kind of gag order where you're not allowed to make certain public statements about somebody in a libel case by simply just never showing up to court.
Shouldn't be able to tell me that I cannot say these things unless they are proven, which they have not been proven. I wasn't even served the default judgment, and if I was served that default judgment, I am only liable for the damages. So, okay, he could try to push that I
That's not true.
have to pay for the damages, but I could still go and say or do whatever I want because I have not been found guilty of the defamation. They have not proven in the court that defamation occurred or slander.
So he's literally claiming, so long as I never show up to court, I can still say this as much as I want without violating a court order. Kid Boo, donate $2. Let me see.
Kings, but I want the government to control healthcare, education, transportation, give me grocery stores, give me universal basic income, tell me what I can and cannot say, yank my Second Amendment rights, tell me as an individual I cannot own private property, control all the means of production, regulate every aspect of the economy, and then if I don't like it and go along with it, I get thrown in jail. I would take a king. I would take medieval.
Yeah, he makes a really good point there. It's pretty hilarious. It's kind of funny, like, both the far right and the far left do this. Like, fascism, it's a lot like communism, only, like, with fascism, it's usually giving wealth, like the kind of wealth and racial privileges to, like, based on, some sort of ethnic background. Can't remember who in the Nazi party made the observation, but I think it wasn't Himmler. They literally said they're not much different from the communists. The only difference is they just want to give like make a socialist system that only benefits like Germans. It's as if both sides don't realize they're literally the other, you know? Like if you go far enough left or far enough right, it just ends up becoming the same thing.
Swirling around about Charlie's assassination.
Right.
How does that make you feel?
When
Oh, look, she was never crying, but she was drying up imaginary tears. Dude, she's happy her husband died. Clearly. She wanted Charlie dead.
everything happened, my phone died and became a black hole. I just didn't turn it on for weeks on end. I've intentionally insulated myself.
She literally did a public speaking event like a week after his death or something, or the next day. Wasn't it the next day? What the fuck is she talking about?
Because I need to guard my heart and I need to be there for my kids.
You're literally on Fox News.
And I need to be there for Turning Point. And what I've realized through all of this is that everyone grieves differently. Everyone is trying to figure.
Yeah, she's not grieving. She's happy her husband died because now she's gotten rid of a dude she was never really interested in, and she has all of his money.
You're out. And I don't blame them. How does this happen? How does somebody become so radicalized where they can justify this in their own head? We just lost one of the
You can just see in her face, she doesn't care.
greatest voices of our generation. Why? How? What's behind it? Like, everyone's trying to process this.
Like, what is she doing here? You're not crying. We can see it. There's 4K fucking cameras.
And I respect that. But where my heart is
Dude, she's a psychopath. What the fuck?
just asking for some grace is for the ones who were there that day. They have to relive that every single day.
Wow. She's, like, evil.
Occurred or cyber piracy occurred. So what they're trying to do is issue orders and judgments as if I was guilty, which I am not. All they did was do a default judgment. So I really don't understand what criteria they're trying to use to get away with this, besides that they're a bunch of criminals and they own the court system and they can get away with whatever they want. And a judge cannot actually be held liable for their actions in court. Go figure. This is completely ridiculous. This should be thrown out. This is freaking toilet paper. I can technically say whatever or do whatever I want because this order is invalid. It's
Yes, Frank. Do whatever you want. Love to see this guy end up back in court having to pay more money. Dodo Donutillers, you can't hate this people enough. No, fucking Hassan.
Done. What do you think it means that this guy ran as a socialist and anti-communism didn't work to stop him? That's big.
Yeah, I think we are in the heart of the imperial core. This is the country that defeated the USSR, unfortunately. And the reality of the matter is, there's a lot of antagonism. There's no class consciousness in the United States of America.
I was thinking for a second he was saying that ironically, but he wasn't. He was like dead serious.
America is one of the things that I try to address every day with my commentary. And I will say this. The conditions have deteriorated so much that everyday Americans, in spite of their lack of class consciousness, are finally arriving at...
How is this guy not deported? That is just insane. My community's yeshiva Jewish day school in Brooklyn, where I taught years ago. Yeah. Yeah, Mom Donnie would say that.
Sharia law starts now. Absolutely. Zahran Mamdani, Islamic Caliphate, our brother in Islam, Islamic Caliphate of New York, starts today, baby.
These people are so stupid.
I'm creating a custom ice cream flavor for my wedding and it's going to be spicy. My mom showed us how to make chai from scratch with her own simple recipe.
Flour, and this one they say star anise, and few cloves, half a teaspoon of coriander seeds.
The best part is that it kind of changes every time, but that's the beauty of her chai. A mix of fresh aromatics, whole spices, 2 types of sugar, and creamy oat milk. And the taste for some reason actually comes from pulling the tea a few times. So the original reason for that is so it cools down before we take a sip. So we had to recreate this everyday chai because my family can't live without it. Only this time we'll be making a chai spiced ice cream that's creamy, delicious, and tastes like home. Stay tuned to see how it turns out.
That could be good.
United
I had purple sweet potato ice cream a while ago. That was really nice.
States used to be the leader of the West. Well, it's going back home to Europe. Europe's going to lead the West. They invented it. They have an extensive set of institutions to do this, and they're already starting to marginalize us by putting out feelers to set up trade agreements with Asian countries, with South American countries. It'll take them a while to do this. Once they do it, we will be on the outside of it if we don't change our minds. And they're going to get stronger institutionally. And what is it? Churchill said something about allies. The only thing worse than working with allies is trying to survive without them. That you're better off with lots of friends going after bullies in the world than you are by yourselves. And we'll find ourselves by ourselves. And other countries have tried to tangle with China all by themselves. Japan did it when China was an undeveloped country. It did not work well. It did. You want to have friends when you do this. But we're making pivotal.
Well,
Denied.
Yes. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Kid Boo donated $2.
Conservative, and I just want to make sure that I'm getting this whole like liberal logic thing right. So love is love unless you love God, your family, and your nation. And then they want you dead. Black Lives Matter unless you're a black Christian in Nigeria being slaughtered for your faith, or you're an innocent unborn black baby being slaughtered because...
Alright, thanks for the donation, Kid Boo. Grey Knight donated $2. This kid doesn't even live in New York. The fuck is he cheering? Oh, this fucking loser.
Ron Mamdani has won the election and will be the next mayor of New York City, beating disgraced Governor Andrew Cuomo and Republican Curtis.
Disgraced how? Some woman made up some stupid story about him?
Sliwa. This is a generational win that won't just shape the future of New York City, but will re-envision the future of the Democratic Party as a whole, nationwide.
Mamdani's gonna turn the city into a shithole. And then, if the Democrats keep supporting candidates like this, they're gonna keep losing to Republicans.
Mamdani ran one of the best campaigns we've ever seen, starting out as an unknown underdog disavowed by many Democrats for being too progressive, to now being the next...
He's not progressive, he's a fucking communist.
...mayor of America's largest city. From policy to character to social media presence and campaign strategy, this will go down as one of the most successful campaigns ever ran. Earlier when I said this win would reshape the entirety of the Democratic Party, that was 100% true. For so long, so many Americans have become disillusioned with Democratic congressmen and women, arguing that they feel as if there's some type of disconnect.
No, that's just nonsense. It's just communist crazies on Instagram and TikTok that are saying this shit.
Between us and them, that they're not really focusing on affordability or what it's like to live life as the average American, nor do we feel the sense of genuineness and the...
Yeah. Zoran's gonna be great for affordability, you'll see.
...characters of those that represent us. Those points are what Mamdani won on. They're a winning strategy.
Fucking Trump won the fucking presidency. Like, because New Yorkers are dumb fucks, he thinks the majority of the country wants a Muslim terrorist communist? as their president? Like, what the fuck? That kid's stupid.
Sad that we went from living in the first world essentially to the third world.
You left Venezuela while the country was going through, I mean, it's pretty fair to say communism and not socialism. And now you live in New York City. New York City might be under Zoran's law. How do you view all of this, especially as an immigrant who has seen what it looks like to live under communism?
When Zoran Mamdani, it's one of his platform points, there should be no billionaires. Why is 1 billion the threshold of maximum wealth? Why is it not 1 million? Because people don't need that much wealth. Who needs what? We don't need our clothes. We could all, live like in the caves, like thousands of years ago. We only need water, food, and maybe some shelter. That's all we really need as human beings.
Everything else you want.
Everything is a want. So who are you to tell me what I need and what I want? And these people are no one. These people are no one who to judge us. Just like we are not who to judge Mamdani for having a wedding in Uganda and Dubai and New York City and his mom being a multimillionaire. You know what? His mom earned her wealth. I admire her. She's a great filmmaker and he's a great speaker. I'm sure he has great marketable skills. I would just wish that he used his marketable skills to do something productive rather than to steal the wealth of other people.
I think.
Yeah, it's not gonna go well.
A lot of individuals in this city pay more than 50% of their income in taxes. When you talk about a fair share, how much more than, what is the fair share? What's the number?
I've said that we should increase personal income taxes by 2%.
Is fair?
And my point is this.
I don't know why every time people say 52% tax rate, no one pays a 52% tax rate. That's a marginal tax rate. So you'll pay 52% once you make a certain amount of money. So I don't know what the marginal tax rate in New York is, but like let's say you pay 10% if you make 100 grand, then you pay like 20% if you make 500 grand, and then 30% if you make $1 million, and then it gets to 52% once you make like 20 million or something. Like that's how it works. You don't just pay 52% in taxes.
More than half of your income. That's
if you're making $1 million in New York City, or more than that, you can afford to pay 2% more. And the reasons you can afford to do so is because that money will be used to better your quality of life as well.
Yeah.
Because when I speak to the wealthiest New Yorkers, I hear concerns about the cleanliness of the city, the quality of life in the city, questions of public safety.
Yeah, and they're not going to be able to afford any improvements to infrastructure or anything under this guy. Like, it's just stupid. Thanks for the donation, Grey Knight.
Y'all niggas need to stop fucking with these Muslim fuck faces. They just elected a mayor in the largest city in the nation. Their unclear goal is to try to bring Sharia law, socialism, communism and reduce the white population. We need to deport Didi nigger.
I am in full favor of deporting Mamdani. Thanks for the donation, Kid Boo.
Just all a joke, like the hard knock style bullshit. But as we know, the super high volume training is suboptimal. So let's take a look.
For death, real shit, that's not a joke. 24 hours straight shit, so get ass kicked.
So funnily enough, guys, this gym isn't actually too far away from where I grew up. I never trained here, but my mother has years ago. So, I found that kind of interesting. But yeah, obviously with the old school style of bodybuilding, they didn't really know what they were doing because they didn't have evidence, right? We didn't have all the research that we do now on optimal rep ranges, and really optimizing your time in the gym. But for these guys, there's no fucking excuse, right? So all the research is out there, all the literature, does not support what these guys are doing at all. So for them to just completely, claim ignorance to this, what are we doing here? There really is no excuse for this bullshit.
Is he here now?
No, he's not here. He had Burger King. All right. That's serious. He was like, I need to get a burger, bro. Because I'm a firefighter, so
this shows you the type of training he's on, bro. Like cheeseburger pre-workout meal, that's just, it's about to be ugly in here.
Cheeseburger pre-workout meal. So obviously suboptimal amount of carbohydrate intake before we train, right? So our glycogen stores are not going to be fully repleted, considering a cheeseburger might have, maybe 50 grams of carbs if we're lucky, just from the burger bun. Hopefully he at least got some, sides, maybe some french fries, shit like that. But, spamming yourself with protein and dietary fat before you train really isn't going to give you optimal results. Guys, you need to be carb loading before you train, having those carbs, actually be able to fuel your workout rather than just macronutrients that aren't immediately necessary.
Time
Mr. Essom the Don. What's up, Shizzy? Talk to me, motherfucker. Welcome to hell.
Welcome to hell as he's doing, you know, low weight, high volume lat pullovers, right? So these guys think
They always make everybody do these straight arm pull downs. I don't know why. And it's like such a retarded amount.
it's some fucking like military Navy SEAL training, but they're just being retards at the end of the day. That's all this is. That's all the gym is. That's all it will ever be, is a bunch of retarded meatheads working out suboptimally. This is almost like Rich Piana's worst fucking nightmare and the most brutal misinterpretation of his message, whatever it takes, right? So Rich was a guy who was willing to go the extra distance, eat 12 meals a day, you know, blast whatever steroids he needed to, but he wasn't advocating for straight up stupidity, right? And this is like the type of people who probably were influenced based on how old they are, based on their meathead mentality. I mean, you know, take a look at this retard back here. It's like, dude, we're lifting weights. We're not, you know, going through Navy SEAL Hell Week. Well, there's no reason for these faces to be made. But anyway, Rich would not have wanted this. Rich would have wanted you to train optimally and actually get the most out of your time. So what we're doing now with this outrageous rep range and the outrageous amount of sets, right? We have a 58-minute workout. This is going to be probably cut up too. So I'd imagine these guys are going to be exceeding the 15 set mark per muscle group. But I'm curious to see the total amount that they work out.
Take a step back. Bring it to your thighs. Good. Don't move your back. Just your shoulder to your legs. Your hands to your legs. Good.
So everything is bad right off the bat. I am severely, unimpressed, but not necessarily surprised, right? Just take a look at this fucking idiot. So first exercise selection is going to be lat pullovers, cable lat pullovers, a super non-stable exercise, right? So a lot of this stability is going to be limited by.
I fucking hate Christmas. The music is so gay. Do you agree?
I wouldn't say I hate Christmas, but yeah, Christmas songs are kind of gay. I have no fucking idea what Isaac's doing upstairs. A lot of banging.
By your abdominal support, because there's nowhere to brace. There's really no way to do heavy amount of weight. Luckily, this is just something they're kind of warming up on, so it's not their main movement. But if it were to be, the lack of stability would really just kind of be detrimental to the amount of motor unit recruitment. Because that's the goal at the end of the day when you train, is to have maximized motor unit recruitment. And when you have things like suboptimal carbohydrate intake and you have bad stability, you're tired, you're CNS fatigued, all this kind of stuff. This is going to be counterproductive to reaching your goal of maximized motor unit recruitment. So just bad exercise selection. We're doing a drop set right off the bat, so we already know this is.
Straight arm pull downs are fine. They're a good movement. I disagree with that.
It's completely suboptimal to do drop sets, so very unimpressive.
All the Kirks are evil. Hopefully their children don't turn out to be like their parents.
Yeah, they probably will, though, so. The apple does not fall far from the tree. Usually. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Yeah, Isaac's living with me now.
The second one too? Where do we go? Here we go. Here we go.
I wish this video was a little bit more raw so I could see their restoration, but obviously for YouTube they're going to be cutting that out. Guys, we got to be resting between 3 to 5 minutes. I would be very surprised if they're even getting 60 seconds of rest in between these sets. We've got a lot of supersets, got a lot of drop sets going on, just completely suboptimal. And push-ups, what the hell are we doing? This is complete garbage.
Now pull. Head back. Pull. 100 that way. Come on, speed. 100. Head back. You better not die the first set. I'm going to kill you again.
Welcome. Again, just holy cringe. You better not die in the first set. I'm going to kill you again. It just doesn't get any worse. It doesn't get.
Hopefully these SJIS SoCal Justice Embacles finally open their eyes to how evil Muslims are once they finally conquer the planet and life becomes a living hell for people like them.
We can only hope, Dodo. We can only hope. Yeah. I think I'm at peak level Zoot right now. I'm pretty zooted. Like, pretty zooted.
Get any more cringe. This seems like peak 2022 gym cell, just fucking straight up retardation, man. These guys in the back, thinking that they're, some fucking badasses because they do 1,000 sets and they scream while they're working out. Guess what? Everyone just thinks you're a retard, man. Shut the fuck up. Nobody gives a fuck.
Yes, Sissy! Come on, baby!
The faces always get me. Okay, now we've got for the next exercise a narrow grip lat pull down, right? So as we know, for training the lats, this is probably one of the most suboptimal pull down selections in terms of the attachment, in terms of his form, both abysmally bad, right? So guys, stability. We need to keep these principles in mind for proper training. If you're leaning back like this, pulling against the load with a narrow grip, you're relying on your spine for all your support, your spine and your abdomens, right? And we're not able to actually recruit as many motor units, right? More suboptimal training, and not to
No, that's just nonsense. You're just gonna end up training more traps if you do that, and more of your lower lats.
mention, the limited range of motion from doing this grip is just not good for the lats. Now, obviously, there's a lot of confusing nuance for what I'm talking about here with the wide versus narrow grip, considering the EMG studies. There's more activation, but just because you're able to load more weight with this grip doesn't mean it's targeting your lats more optimally, right? So there's a lot of activation of other muscle groups. So, guys, to train the lats,
Grip width doesn't seem to really influence lat activation all that much, and presumably, if you can lift more weight, that may contribute to more hypertrophy.
Effectively,
it's just a variation at the end of the day, just a different way to hit your back.
We want to be using a wide grip pull down without this super arched back position that's putting a lot of load on our abdomen, putting a lot of stress on our spine. That way our CNS is already being.
Also, did that guy we just saw really say he would be totally okay with people living in caves like cavemen? Good God, SJWs really do want to take us back to the Stone Age.
Yeah, well, they say that, but as soon as it happens, they all start whining and crying. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
You will not build muscle doing giant sets. Come on. Do heavy, basic exercises. Get strong on basic exercises and you get big. Giant sets, no, it just might be okay if you're already big and you want to just get into shape. But you can do pretty much any kind of training to get into shape. You could do less cardio and just do more weights. That's what Arnold used to do. He didn't do cardio. Train 6 days a week, twice a day, getting ready for a contest. But
Richard, did you feed Finn? Why is he acting like that? Did you not take him for a walk? Did you never help me take him for a walk? I always have to do it. He's your dog too. What about Chungus and Prismo and Jake? They're your animals too. Stop scaring
just
me.
Just to support ourselves, right? So let's avoid this exercise entirely.
I ain't got nothing to do with that. Oh, eye close is a no-go.
15 down. 0. I didn't put my eyes once. We 15 on the wood, make it all good.
I don't know what the point of push-ups are. Just stupid.
Roll back this way. Now, more chest.
Guys, just overloading the central nervous system for no fucking good reason. What, to do fucking push-ups with your body weight? What are we doing here? The more that I watch this video, the more fucking enraged I get at how retarded this training regimen is. Just, there's no reason for you to do this. This is like doing a mile run, after every set. What is the meaning? What is the purpose of this? Just destroy your CNS over nothing?
More shoulder right there. Now down. Up. 10. 100 reps on go. Well, weight it is. That shit heavy.
So we just heard Shizzy say that he performed 100 reps, right? Not 30 reps, not 40, not 50, 100. And guys, we're not just making up random numbers, right? This is all well-researched shit. Doing 100 reps is not ideal at all. This is completely fucked, completely bullshit.
Bitch, Merriam-Webster literally say it. So yes, why don't you fight me, bitch? Bitch, Merriam-Webster literally say it. So yes, why don't you fight me, bitch? Really, what will they be crying and whining about once we are back in the Stone Age again?
Yeah, as soon as they can't get their Starbucks and iPhone, they're gonna be whining and crying. Thanks for the donation there, Dodo.
Okay, let's settle this in a fucking boxing ring. Breakfast is considered the first meal of the day near when you wake up. If you don't eat for 5 or 6 hours, then no, you're technically not eating breakfast. Shut up, fight me over this. I'll fucking give you a knuckle sandwich, and how about you don't eat until the fight, and then I guess you could call that fucking breakfast, dipshit.
Yeah, that's good. Thanks for the donation, Killing Titan.
And what I'm advocating for is, sure, it's good to train hard. It's good to do things with a passion and train seriously. I'm all about that. I'm all about, all or nothing mentality. I'm all about doing things, to the extreme, pushing the limits. But if we're just, being completely suboptimal and wasting our time, I've got to call it out. I've got to be like, guys, what the fuck? Let's not waste each other's time here.
Yeah, Scholar, go. Go, 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 let's go.
How you feeling after the first set?
Oh, my shit is cooked. This is the most painful Most efficient way to grow.
Most painful way to grow. Well, unfortunately for you, Shizzy, that is actually completely false. This is one of the most inefficient training styles that I've ever encountered.
No way around it. Run it again. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. We're in here now. Yeah, just keep banging. Keep banging. Keep banging. Keep banging. Keep banging. Let's go, man. Let's go now. You here? Let's go. Go. Come here. Tonight. 80.
Stay in there, baby.
The one thing that I like is he's really not focusing on, the eccentric part of the movement, because funnily enough, that's actually not optimal. But the thing that he's missing with this, stop and go type of method to training is, at the end of the, set here, he's kind of just using momentum. He's not really coming to a full pause, waiting a half a second to start the next repetition. He's just kind of spamming and using momentum. But I don't mind the lack of eccentric control. It's just there needs to be a little bit of a pause between the repetitions.
Yeah, come on. I like it. I like it. I like it. I like it. Let's go. You got to show me, baby. Come on. Be a dog about it. Be a dog about it. Now, welcome to Diamond. That's just a little diamond dust. A little diamond magic. Be a dog about it. Come on, just pull it to you. You ain't got to go up there to get it. I want 100.
Guys, if we have to do jump cuts between your set in the fucking YouTube video, that's how we know we're running into some issues already. And, obviously we know the 8 to 12 rep range is going to be most optimal for hypertrophy. So sure, if you want to do some endurance-related bullshit, go for it. But I don't think that that's anyone's goal that's watching this video right now, to be more fucking endurance, prone or endurance optimal. I think everyone wants to just have a good physique to be able to lay down a bunch of chicks. Nobody gives a fuck about this gym culture bullshit. This died in 2022. This is male, red pill alpha bullshit. Nobody wants this.
Come on, come on, come on, 21 more. Open up your hands. Open up your hands. Open up your hands.
So he's at failure, and this guy says 21 more, right? Not one more, 21. So he's advocating for, not 1 rep in reserve, not, training to failure. He wants you to go 21 repetitions past the point of failure. So I find that to be quite comical. To just be at this point in the video, I skipped about 10 minutes because
Dr. Avi blocked me on Twitter at some point. I must have commented something he didn't like. I don't now. Lol, he is a strange man. I never interacted with him.
Weird. Wonder why he'd block you. Interesting. Maybe it was an accident? I don't know. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo.
Because it's already getting ridiculous, and I have a good feeling, throughout the rest of this that we're going to find some good cage feel. And guys, there's a lot of nuance. What's optimal? Is it 1 rep in reserve? Is it 2? Is it training to failure? But at the end of the day, it is going to be about 1 rep in reserve. So to, train to failure and then do drop sets, it's counterintuitive to all your goals.
Pay respect, baby. Go to work. 21. 21. Pay respect. 21. 21. Pick your fucking head up and stuff.
Another mistake found, we're using chalk, which is good, but, at the end of the day, if you really care about putting all the load onto your back and training the lats most effectively, you should be using lifting straps.
Shoot it. Come on.
Don't you ever say that again. You say, no, head back and pull, sis. You gotta give me something.
Come on, sis. Come on. Come on, sis. Come on, sis.
Where you at? Come on. That's 15.
Hey VG, guess who is happy? Mom Donnie won.
Welcome to the Young Turks.
Yeah, I would have figured. Wow. I don't know why this keeps moving up. Gotta put like a weight at the end. Yeah, the Young Turks would be happy when Zoran Mamdani makes IDF mouthpiece crash out. Who cares? They're so stupid. Everything they do is just such a fucking waste, man. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
10 more to go. Let's go, kid. You a big boy.
You got 12. 18. Go to work. Let's go, baby. Go to work, bro. I know you go. Now you got to tap into it. You got to tap into it. Get your fucking head up and tap into it. Come on, telling yourself no. It's in there. It's in there, bro. It's in there.
And I get this environment might look cool to some people, this aesthetic, as some of the more feminine men may say. But guys, this is just simply bullshit. You shouldn't be, sweating like a fucking ape in the middle of your training. You shouldn't be putting your head down in absolute misery. Training really isn't that hard. Once you actually nail down all the principles, all the training techniques, it should be pretty smooth sailing. It shouldn't be a bunch of fucking meatheads in a gym in New Jersey screaming their lungs off because you can't do an extra 21 reps past failure.
It's fucking in there. Come on, find a way. Come on. Let's go, sis. Tighten up. There we go. Go ahead. Come on. Go ahead. I love it. Go ahead. I love Let's go, finish. Go. Yeah. Come on. Temple. One. Come on. Two. You there already. Come on. Now three.
It's funny because it's such an obviously forced persona, right? This guy Hadi Abdel, he wasn't doing this shit not even 2 years ago. Now he's just a fucking looks like an Islamic extremist, just screaming his fucking head off about some arbitrary nonsense. The other guys might be a little bit more genuine, like this black dude here. But at the end of the day, this is a fucking act. It's a clown show. It's just simply ridiculous to act like this is a genuine reaction to the training. The other black dude who's like even bigger, he seems like a little bit more into like the legit stim max, like fucking meathead mentality. But these guys are just straight up clowns.
Watch it. No, watch it. Come on, man. Come on, Come on, finish. What's in there, bro? Come on. I know. It's only 5. It's only 5. It's only 5.
What's the
You got
point
5.
of doing
Come on.
5 more?
Squeeze in the door. Let's go. Come on, squeeze the door. Come on. 2. Come on. I take all that. 3.
Yeah, like this is doing anything.
3. Come on, shit. 1. Come on.
You can tell he's like trying not to break character, just swaying in the background. He's like, how the fuck did I go from young LA, like, fucking model to straight up, cringe jester, alpha male screaming, at the top of the lungs.
1. Go. Finish it. 2. I take it. Up to the push-up. Up to the push-up. Get up. Get his ass up. You good? Bring the cane over there.
Oh, no phones in the gym. What happened? I thought this guy was fucking legit. I thought he was locked in, but he's on the phone.
That's yours.
Busted. This guy's not, he's not, this is all fake. This is fake nonsense, right? I don't want to see any phones.
Get your money. There you go. Wait a minute,
You got to learn to love. That's the thing. So don't listen. Whatever you got left, even if it says whatever you got left in that tank. Even Gax's got that reserve shit. Give me that. But do not leave this fucking gym today without putting in try your hardest. What do you think I'm doing? Listen to him. Relax. Listen. All I want you to do is just keep going. Hearing my man.
Brother, where's your sweat? You're telling this guy to go past his fucking fuel reserve, but I don't see you sweating. Not even 10 seconds ago, we saw you typing on TikTok.
That's all I'm asking. Just keep going. Just keep going. That's it. It's a family. This is family in here, bro. We're not pushing you to hurt you. We push because everything is something in you. We just gotta figure it out and pull that shit out. It's not to make you look better. It's to make you better mentally and physically. You probably can do worse shit or like you just gotta go tap into that finish. Alright. You'll let it out the right way to get it. We can fucking here right now. Hey, you're not, bro. You're not, bro. You're a fucking dog. I know you're just calling us. Yo, you're not. No.
Dude, yeah, absolutely. That guy's speech was very genuine. I liked what he said there. It's just misplaced motivations, quite frankly. You should be applying this logic to other areas and improving other metrics that actually matter. Not training your fucking ass off, sweating like a pig, and just working out outside of every single logical training principle.
You never been here. You never felt it. Anybody who comes in the first time, they gonna feel it. Don't leave. Finish. I promise you that you're not leaving. I promise you.
You don't have that option. No, you don't. No, you don't.
Why would I want to leave y'all? Because you know what's sometimes like the gym? Like your life, bro. Like your life.
Right. Don't listen to him, huh? Go ahead, talk to me.
Sometimes this shit doesn't interpret the right way. Wait, don't talk right to you sometimes. Okay. Sometimes it makes you feel like what they're saying is true.
Dude. Why do they think this is some like spiritual fucking reckoning to be in a gym with a bunch of dudes like, like this? And it's like some therapy session. I mean, this has got to be the most homosexual thing ever. Like, I don't think I've ever seen anything like this. Like, just because they've got all these muscles and, they're in a rusty old gym, this doesn't make it not the gayest thing of all time. And, correct me if I'm wrong, guys, but I'm pretty sure this guy did gay or, some sort of gay for pay bullshit. So, we're not fooling anyone here, fellas, with this fucking masculine, red pill bullshit. You guys are a bunch of fucking clowns.
So then what do you do then? If the weights agreeing with them? Wait. No, stop. What do you mean by what they're saying is true? Who? No, talk. What do you mean? Hold on, stop. Please stop. What do you mean by what they're saying is true? You want to let one person look from outside into the window of your house. Your house is your soul. You want to let one person look inside your window and tell you that your house is
Dude, I love how fucking introspective Unk gets right here, but it's really not that deep, bro. We're working out. We're working out. This isn't some fucking like huge philosophical conversation. It's a bunch of sweaty dudes in a gym fucking lifting weights. Like, wait, what is this? What is the purpose of this conversation? I feel like the weights ain't listening. Like, are we serious? This is just progressing into the most cringe fucking thing that I've ever encountered.
You know what you do to motherfuckers that's inside your house? You close the fucking block. Now you don't got access to my house. Because for every one person that's going to make you feel like shit, it's going to be 10 people that's going to make you feel like a god.
Gotta love the metaphor.
We go through the same shit either. We go through motherfuckers online. First of all, he's arrogant. We're black. The shit we go through online because of our training style. The shit that we go through.
It's not because you're fucking black. It's because you're retarded, okay? It's because you're talking about weights communicating with you on a spiritual level. I promise you, that is not because you're fucking black or Arabic. That's because you're an idiot.
Guess what? We got our fans that love us. We got people that don't know us that hate us. And guess what? We still got to come in.
By the way, I don't hate you at all. I just think you're the biggest clown ever, and this is a complete shame to the gym community.
You know why we perform? Because we have to. We need this shit. We need this shit. We don't need the bullshit that come with it. We don't need the negative comments. You think it's people that I know personally.
And second of all, what are we getting out of the gym, right? Because you're completely obese. Like, if we look at your BMI, body fat percentage, you are a bloated pig, right? There's no reason for you to be this high body fat if you're someone who's into physical fitness. It should be about getting lean. I'm not sure if this guy's roiding. Quite frankly, I'm not sure what the fuck he's doing in general in a lot of regards. But like, if this is if this is your physical package that you're coming in with, and this is the way you train, I think I'm gonna do the exact opposite of what you're doing.
It's okay to let that shit out.
It's people that I know, Polos, now, it's people that I know personally that once loved me. The minute we started going up on social media, hate me for no reason. But here's the thing that you know for the rest of your life. An outside person will never be your worst. That'll be your worst critic, but not your best critic. I mean, that's not gonna be the person that's gonna build you, destroy this. I gotta change that. I am one. That woman can't die.
He is a good speaker. Let's give it to him. You know, I like some of the metaphors that he's coming in with. Very fluent speaker, very inspiring. But inspiring you to do what exactly?
Because this shit don't stop unless you do. You understand? The naysayers, the critics, that shit won't ever matter. You keep showing up for your fucking self, bro.
And morons like this are the hardest to deal with because, you know, they'll see a video like mine. I'm sure the Diamond Gym guys are probably going to be watching this video and think, oh man, this is just a hater. He just hating on my style. And it's like, no, dude, we're just telling you that based on research, based on well-documented, you know, literature, you're training completely improperly. And I wouldn't even mind if you did this whole screaming routine with optimal training. If we had good exercise selection, if we had good rep ranges, and you wanted to scream like a clown, you want to wear the oversized shit, go for it. I think that would be perfectly fine, perfectly reasonable to have this type of dynamic going on. But when we combine it with just like the sheer stupidity of the training, it's just too much for me to handle. So you could really only have one or the other.
Like, nothing other than just like my muscles just tired. It's a good thing, no, I wanted them to get the shit out of me. Like, I didn't think, only ones that could be able to get the shit out of me is probably you guys. Because nobody else is going to be able to push me like that. I'll take that. I just don't want to seem like, we're not with the bully. They know there's nobody out there that can push you like this.
And to be fair, that is a good point from Unk over here. This isn't bullying, right? This is just obviously motivation. They're pushing him to be his best. But guys, all I'm attacking here is the, you know, lack of science, right?
OVG.
Yeah. That's not good. Rape is bad. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Right? I think the motivation is great. I think, you know, them wanting to push each other to the fullest extent, but obviously they just don't know what they're doing.
Jeez, that is one of the worst deadlifts I've ever seen. Wow, and the pussy doesn't even lower it down. Fuck.
So we've got another horribly low ROI exercise, which is going to be doing 1 rep maxes on deadlift. Doing 1 rep maxes in general are completely suboptimal for hypertrophy and really putting you at risk for injury, right? There's no reason for this, guys. Sure, is it cool to deadlift a lot of weight? Does it make you feel good? But what are we going here? Are we going for personal goals and, you know, satisfaction of picking up a bar once, you know, at the risk of you potentially injuring your back in a severe way, being out of the gym for an extended period of time and really detrimenting your physique? It doesn't.
Deadlifts have to be like one of the lowest risk exercises, honestly. I rarely ever see anybody hurt themselves on a deadlift. It's usually squats where I see people throw out their back, not deadlifts. And chances are the highest risk exercise is bench, just flat bench. Just because of the amount of weight you can lift and the size of the tendons around your pecs.
Doesn't really make sense to me. If you want to do that, go the fuck ahead. But if we're actually trying to bodybuild, try to improve upon our physique, complete garbage.
Oh shit, yeah. Oh shit, don't you?
I told you it's homosexual. This is not normal behavior, guys. This whole gym culture with a bunch of sweaty dudes, it's gay, man. The gym is gay. You know, let's give Cookie King his credit now. If you didn't believe me before, maybe it's because you're training in, you know, good old Planet Fitness or good old private gym. But guys, I think it's very evident that, you know, the gym is definitely gay.
Oh shit, don't you wish that deadlift was hot like me? Don't you? Another level of your mind that you haven't gone to yet? Everything in the real world, bro, you say, damn, I do this every day anyways. Ain't shit phasing me.
It's like that one friend.
Chip chop flip flop top tap tip dip dop pip poppity pippity dip.
Nice try. Thanks for the donation.
Who goes on like a weird trip on LSD, starts speaking to you all spiritually all the time. It's like, bro, can we just go work out?
Not built like that. They're not built for this, but me, I can take it. God gave me this, I can handle it. I can go through whatever. You know what I'm saying? And life comes at me and I got my motherfucker.
No one's impressed that you could just sit in the gym for 2 hours blasting stimulants and working out like a clown. This isn't hard. This isn't impressive. You're not a Navy SEAL.
Hands on, ready to go. That's how it is. And when you do that.
Kid Boo, don't need to tell her this nigga spitting. People who genuinely embody and practice virtues rarely feel the need to virtue signal. They just live it. Those who constantly drone on about kindness, tolerance, inclusivity tend to be some of the least kind, least tolerant, and least inclusive people out there. Yeah. That is definitely true. Thanks for the donation, Kid Boo.
Every day, y'all can say bodybuilding, powerlifting, they not doing this, half rep, out of that. Go ahead, say what you want, bro. But I'm prepared for life. I'm ready to fight. I'll go to war. That's the final.
Dude, it literally does not get any worse. These guys think they're actually doing something productive, doing something challenging. It's outrageous to me.
Boss, I'll go to war with him every day.
War? Really?
Hold up. Oh, shit. I just want to piggyback off of what he said. And I started this in one of the videos. If y'all think it's fake, if y'all think it's fraud, just pull up and come get some. But y'all notice, everybody who come in there, they have kind of...
I would go. I'm going to be back home, in the next couple days, not too far away from this gym. I think, I'm very curious to pull up to this gym. And maybe, I think we could find a common ground. Maybe not till the death, because once again, we're working out. Maybe I could teach these guys some good training principles, and we could come to some common ground on what is actually required to make progress. But this is just outrageous.
Let's go. Come on. I spoke high to you. Let's go. Go.
So, guys, I've just been reviewing, them taking a couple other people through these workouts, and it's just the same bullshit. Just a bunch of sweaty dudes screaming, doing the horrible rep ranges. So I'm not going to go through another video and analyze that. But it's the same characters, the same LARP. I don't know how these guys are in real life. I think this guy's probably the most genuine, like we talked about, the big unk. But this guy's a faker. We look back to his old content not too long ago. You weren't doing all the screaming bullshit, my brother. So let's just put an end to that. Great. It's cool for content and all, but at the end of the day, shit ain't working out, man. If you just were a normal motherfucker, you'd probably have a lot more success on YouTube. Oh, he's got a do-rag on now. Phenomenal.
Somewhere else.
What is the training split these guys even follow, right? Because we've just seen a lot of back and push-ups. And I've clicked through a couple of random videos. I've clicked through Hussein, Farhad, Alex Eubank. It seems like they're always doing the same bullshit. Is there any leg day? Is there any, arms? It just really seems like they just do a bunch of random shit for YouTube. I'm not sure what the actual, split is. I would imagine it's abysmal, based on all the other shit that they do. But I'd be curious to see, are we ripping push-pull or what?
You stop until I do. I just need you to push. I just need you to fight. Come on. More. Don't stop. No. Fix your face. Come on.
Dude, quite frankly, I would fucking air this bitch out if they started doing this shit.
Train hard, but coming here, it's a different level for sure. It's more of it might not be...
Oh yeah, we get Unk's wisdom now.
Optimal muscle thing, but I think it's so good for
guys,
training your mind.
Oh.
The optimal muscle thing, but I think it's...
Yeah, okay, at least they know. At least they know what they're doing is retarded. Okay, that gives this entire gym a little bit of, credibility, because they know they're stupid. They're just doing it anyways, like some sort of mental exercise. I think that's stupid for a lot of other reasons, but at least they know basic training tenets, that this is suboptimal. This is not how you should work out at all. And I'm simply advocating that you work out, the way that science intended you to. So that's fine. I would honestly only want to go to the gym to talk to this Unk right here, this OG. Guy seems like he's got a lot of knowledge. He's got a lot of good zingers and metaphors. So I'd go talk to this dude, but this dude's a clown, and all the rest of them too.
So good for training your mind further than just training a muscle, which I think is awesome. And a lot of people want to try, So yeah.
Want to train your mind using nootropics.
It's fun.
I honestly speaking, I pay attention to detail. I might not say a lot, but I pay attention to everything. And I keep telling Hottie, bring him in. I see what they say in the comment section. I see the flack he gets, all right? The pain and pressure, he has to look perfect every time you see him. When he walks out...
It's not that hard. This is what I'm advocating, guys. Sure, if you do things naturally, if you do things improperly, getting a physique like Alex might be a little bit difficult. And again, he's on steroids now. But if you want to be natural, if you want to be shredded 10% body fat without the use of GLP-1s, it is fucking difficult. You're going to have to be doing cardio all the time. But why would you want to not make things easier for yourself? Take the easy route. There's no reason not to. This isn't some, spiritual war of trying to get lean. Oh, but it's cheating to use Retta. It's like, what are we doing here, guys? Women only care about the way you look. All the black pill studies, you're getting the halo effect based on how you look, not how you got there. So to suggest you do anything besides what's the easiest just seems kind of ridiculous, seems kind of out of touch. But anyway, to each their own. That's my take on the Diamond Gym, is that it's straight up retarded, and I want nothing to do with it. So, yeah, hopefully you guys enjoyed this reaction.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. Diamond Gym's fucking stupid.
Small following he had accumulated from the documentaries and ISIS community. At the time, this amounted to a few hundred viewers, but it was enough to start getting noticed by much bigger players in the Twitch ecosystem.
Holy Trainwrecks TV.
Is seitan a higher quality protein source than tofu? I find it really annoying how long it takes to make seitan, and tofu is so much easier to cook, so I almost always stay with tofu.
No, seitan is not a higher quality protein source. I haven't made seitan in a while just because tofu is so easy. And I've obviously been making gains, so tofu is a very good source of protein. Thanks for the donation though, Blackberry.
These are my stream, Trainwrecks TV. That's twitter.com/Trainwrecks TV. Yo, Trainwrecks, can I go on your podcast? Please. Yes, Mom.
Train invited Miz to an episode of the Scuffed podcast where he would contend with names like Austin Show, at the time known as Raj Patel, Asmongold, PokeLols, S-Fand, and, of course, Train.
Yeah, that's pretty true.
His constant trolling, and above all else, likable personality, made him someone that viewers wanted to root for.
Jesus Christ, the pecs coming out. Do you work out, Miss Kiff? You know,
I mean, it's got to be. I think it's no fap. I think it's a little bit of that. I eat a lot of peanut butter.
He had a compelling story, as someone who began as merely a viewer, who then managed to carve himself out a small piece of the pie. But I think it's also important to note another aspect of his skill set that really set him apart from the rest: networking. On YouTube, collaborations are just not that important. Sure, they help, but it's possible to succeed as a YouTuber without doing frequent collaborations with other people. However, on Twitch, the number of users is much smaller and much more intense. When viewers like someone as a streamer, they will latch onto them and potentially watch for years. That being said, familiarity is equally as important. Why watch some Diarrhea Andy with one viewer when you could watch Asmongold, someone who by then had already been in the game for half a decade and had thousands of viewers? Mizkif recognized this and managed to carve out an audience for himself by doing as many collaborations as possible, essentially leeching a small portion of viewership from all of these established creators for himself. While his gaming streams definitely got some clicks, particularly playing the game Marbles, and of course, staring at a wall for 7 hours straight, the thing that really defined Mizkif's career at the time was his collaborations. People like E-Rob, PokeLols, Russell, Lakari, Greek God X, and Mitch Jones became regular collaborators and members of a growing circle of entertainers. In the same way that Ice had pioneered IRL streaming, Miz was spearheading his own growing genre of content, just chatting.
Just shaved my head.
Oh my god, you look terrible.
That's Lakari, dude. Look at me. Other guy.
Oh shit, wait, I thought, okay, wait, you're not black. Alright.
Typically, streamers are wary of engaging with their chat too much. There are a lot of issues that can come from too close of a connection to a bunch of people who only know you parasocially. But in the early days of streaming, there was one notable exception to this: Ice Poseidon. Ice would blatantly encourage the chat to break the fourth wall, to make suggestions for what he should do, from where to travel that day, to who to talk to which random person would make a funny addition to the streams. Miz had seen this and was aware of the power that comes from talking directly to a chat full of people who are watching your every move. For example, he once gave a viewer mod on his streams because the man actually counted to 10,000 in his chat.
10,000! He counted the whole way! What a god!
He also seemed to show genuine regard for his viewers. When one sent a worrying message in his chat, he paused the regular proceedings to try and talk him out of making a life-ending decision, earning him an article in Dixerdo, where they write,
Kid Boo donated $2. Let me see.
Knows that none of this is in vain, that this is all jihad, that this is all ibadah, and that this is all counted for by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And so the conversation of doxing, the conversation of getting arrested and suspended, I think it's time for Muslims to start to say, all right, so what? Do what you want. I'm gonna do what I gotta do, because it's about time to do that. And
yeah, that's, you know, what you'd expect. We kind of all knew. Thanks for the donation though, Kid Boo.
right? Mizkif then continued to support the viewer, inviting them to stay on stream, hang out, and join his Discord. The viewer replied not long after, saying, "This is what I needed, and this makes me happy," pointing to the support of Mizkif and his community. On a lighter note, at one point, Miz also shaved his head live, with chat noticing his egg-like appearance, henceforth giving birth to the Eggers emote. Over the latter half of 2018, he went from just a few hundred live viewers to over 1,000. It was also discovered during this time that there was a certain Instagram model by the name of Emily who happened to share a last name with Mizkif. This led Miz to troll the audience a bit by pretending that she was his sister, a game that she was willing to play with the viewers.
You want to see my dent?
I was going to make a time-traveling joke, but you didn't like it. I didn't hear the joke. Oh, I see. I get the joke now. I'm high.
Folks back.
I do want to see your dad.
All right, ready? It's not even bad. It used to be way worse. It's not bad at all.
Fellow streamers Moxie and XQC would also notably stop by.
I'm Felix.
I'm not paying attention whatsoever. I don't know if any of y'all are talking to me.
The stream took place in December of 2018 and would peak at 6,000 live viewers, rivaling the audiences of those he had never even met just half a year prior. By this point, Mizkif seemed inevitable. While he had already gotten an apartment back in Jersey, so his mom would stop yelling at him while he was live, Miz had seen the power of collaboration. At the same time, Austin, Texas was becoming a hub for various online personalities, and had no state income tax. So Miz up and left his home state for New Horizons in January of 2019. But with Mizkif's move came the solidification of an actual community of streamers who all lived within relatively close proximity. Miz would also begin dating Maya Higa, a girl he had met after seeing a clip of her go viral.
E-Rob, get out of my room! You hear K-Bubbles once!
Kid Boot, only $2.
People, but there's still a lot of women in America who will vote for whoever they perceive as being in the best interest of their husbands or their sons. And when your son isn't doing well and your husband is out of work, you don't care about territorial sovereignty in Ukraine or transgender rights, you just want change. The right has incorrectly, and I think stupidly, conflated masculinity with coarseness and cruelty, and I don't think that's working. At the same time, the left, Kara, has said the answer to masculinity is you should act more like a woman. Even acknowledging on the left that there's a difference and there's certain attributes that certain genders are more prone to is upsetting for some people on the left. I think we absolutely need to embrace a modern form of masculinity. Acknowledging that 95% of us are binary and have an easier time leaning into certain characteristics more commonly associated with the gender you were born with does not mean that the middle 5% deserve any less respect or opportunity.
Yeah, I agree with that. That dude's pretty based. It's communist infiltration into the Democratic Party that's causing this. It's just a communist psyop. It's fucking retarded, man. As if men were ever the fucking problem to begin with. It's so fucking silly. You know, most people really don't appreciate how good bread is. You should really take some time to just eat a plain loaf. And, you know, experience bread. You don't need butter or hummus or any dip. You don't even need to make it with a sandwich. Bread on its own is just great. It's just a wonderful, wonderful experience. My cat likes bread. He was trying to steal my loaf. He's also tried to steal my sweet potatoes and tofu. And black beans. I am much more high than I ever could have anticipated. I am weirdly high. It's pretty strange just how high I am. Oh.
Oh, you have a roommate?
Yeah.
Is it a guy?
No.
Does she pay rent?
Yes.
Wow, she's already better than mine.
Their relationship would be heavily documented throughout their streams together, as Maya went from someone averaging 20 viewers to over 2,000 due to her proximity to Mizkif. An interesting piece of information is that at the time, Miz's own clips channel on YouTube would clip both he and Maya's streams, meaning if you were discovering Maya for the first time on YouTube, it was probably only because of her relation to Miz. Miz would even do IRL streams with people like S-Fan, one of them taking place at PAX East, where they met Instagram model Jenna Meowry, at which point an interaction of pretty friendly banter would take place.
I'm also an asshole, and I have to fuck myself.
Take it back. Say it. Say it to them.
Say it to them.
Say you're sorry and call me daddy. Say daddy. Say daddy, Jenna. Say it. Say it. Are you a bitch? Are you a bitch?
But after she left, Mizkif said this.
I think she likes this. I think she does too, actually. I think she wants to hang out. She followed me on Twitter.
Dude, she sucked my dick while you weren't looking.
Really?
Yes.
That's really crazy.
It was quick.
You only lasted like 3 seconds.
While the disrespectful comment was resolved privately, it ultimately resulted in a week-long ban for Mizkif and his friend S-Fan after Jenna's lawyers contacted.
Wow, really? Oh my god. Dude, the society we live in now.
The platform, upset about how the interaction had gone. However, Jenna stated that she did not want the ban to take place due to the joke Miz had cracked after she wasn't around. In reality, she wanted the footage to be taken down because she felt that she had looked unprofessional, noting the double standard of how much more backlash she would have gotten if the genders were reversed. As a result, she wanted the clip to be removed, which is why the lawyers got into contact with Twitch, and ultimately why Miz and S-Fan were banned. But Trainwrecks was not exactly pleased with that explanation.
So you made a mistake, you acted unprofessionally, you made a bad decision, and in order to fix your error, took away the reputation of S-Fan and Mizkif, sexual harassment on their record for the rest of their lives on the internet, and got them 7-day ban, a 90-day probation strike because you made a mistake and you wanted it to be erased.
The Twitch community generally viewed this as an unfair ban, censoring Miz and S-Fan when they had done much less than Jenna had on camera, and as a result, the audience rallied behind both of them. Ironically, the ban resulted in his return stream peaking at 20,000 live viewers. Mizkif now felt like the most exciting person on Twitch, collaborating with others, reacting to whatever the latest news was in the Twitch community, and of course, playing games. While Twitch had been steadily growing as a platform during the entirety of its existence, it was arguably during the pandemic that it peaked in terms of viewership and general relevance. At a time when the country was locked inside their homes, many not able to work or hang out with their friends, streaming offered a window into someone else's bedroom to see what they were doing. And Mizkif took full advantage of the opportunity for increased viewership. In 2020, he began speedrunning Super Mario 64 with one of his closest friends, Mitch Jones. I must say, these streams feel extremely cozy to watch even in current day. Just a couple of friends hanging out, trying their best to beat a 25-year-old video game as fast as possible.
Come on, that's it! Yes! Yes! Sub 20, baby! The sub 20!
Similar to ICE, Mizkif had an open door policy, although unlike ICE, it only applied to other content creators and not to any homeless schizo that wandered by. Old friends and fan favorites like S-Fan and Train showed up, and even more controversial figures like Alinity, mostly known for chucking her cat into the Shadow Realm. You also had Call Me Carson, who popped up on Mizkif's stream after his own cancellation. In 2021, Mizkif and Maya also broke up, although it appeared that the relationship had ended amicably. But with one flower fading, another came into his field of view, Emiru. The two had met on stream, and by early 2022, a relationship began, although it was kept behind the scenes for reasons we'll discuss.
Dude, how in the fuck could you ever date a weird freak like this? Dodo Donatillers, Momdani got 1 million something votes. All others got 1 million something combined votes. There are 8.5 million people in New York. So why did only 2 million people vote? First of all, they don't realize how bad Momdani is, so they didn't care, huh? Well, they will find out. Yeah, I mean, if it's a normal election where you're just choosing between giant douche and a turd sandwich, you know, I can understand why people wouldn't turn out. but like you're literally at risk of having your city being run by an Islamic jihadist communist. You'd think that would motivate people to vote for Cuomo. Or literally anybody else. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo.
Discuss later. But from the interactions they had while live, it was more or less an open secret.
Why are your settings like this? These aren't even the default settings.
Another important thing to note here that's going to come up later is that even during the peak of his popularity, it was widely acknowledged that Mizkif was obsessed with analytics, particularly in comparison to others around him.
My viewers were dropping, Maya's were only going up. And there was a part of me that thought that I was going to be smaller than her, and I don't know if it was my ego or what, but I couldn't take it.
Other streamers like Rekful even acknowledged the fact that Miz would be very unlikely to hang out with him if he wasn't live streaming.
See, I know for a fact that me going live right now raises the chance that Mizkif doesn't ignore my text and hang out with me 69,420%, you know?
Undoubtedly, the peak of his popularity was during early 2022, when he was collaborating with literally everyone. You name an e-celeb, and they were on his
Ton donated $2. So how's Mom Donnie gonna turn New York into a shithole? Is this some stupid dumb fuck?
Election actually presents a really good opportunity to explain the differences between communism, socialism, and democratic.
They're the same thing. They're just a fucking cover phrase now. I'm not watching that stupid shit.
Who are kind of threatening that they're going to leave if you.
You know, what I would say is that when I've had conversations.
Does that sound like communism to you? You don't even live here. Shut the fuck up. That's great. You're a dumbass.
His stream. Jenna Meowri even returned to guest spot his show. This collaborative nature was also reflected in his business dealings, with the most important of all being One True King.
OTK, the point of it was to basically create an org where we all make content together and then we would one day sell the org.
The organization had been formed back in October of 2020, being a brand built around a number of online personalities. The original lineup consisted of the Egg himself, Asmongold, Rich Campbell, S-Fan, and Tips Out, with others joining over time like Tectone, Jay Schlatt, who had recently moved to Austin, Texas, and NMP Lowell. The most accurate thing I can compare it to would be AMP, which in current day is Kai Cenat's streaming brand. It was essentially a business model meant to take advantage of the large audiences of all of its members. They secured sponsorships with PC builders, they had a professional World of Warcraft roster, and of course, they held a number of massive streamer collaborations. Miz was averaging around 40,000 live viewers, making millions of dollars a year from a variety of revenue streams, and without a doubt was one of the most well-connected people, not just on Twitch, but also in the entirety of the content creation world. But a devastating controversy would threaten to rip it all away. While viewers of Miz likely felt like he was the center of their universe, and to an extent he was when it came to that side of Twitch, there was a rift beginning to form. People like Mizkif, Pokimane, and several others represented the brand-friendly side of Twitch, also known as the Poggers community. But in the background, a select number of streamers had begun to explode from a different kind of content: gambling.
No, I lost it all. Oh my god, that's it, people. Oh no. Oh my god.
In 2021, streamers like Aiden Ross and Miz's old friends XQC and Trainwrecks had begun playing on online casinos like Stake and Roobet. The casinos would eventually take notice, sponsoring these streamers not just with a monthly allowance to gamble with, but also giving them millions to promote the casinos on their streams, driving more and more people off of Twitch and to their funny money games. These streams were extremely degenerate, meaning they were also entertaining as hell. But the popularity of these streams sparked a debate on the ethics of doing this kind of content, especially on a website that had a lot of teenage viewers. Before long, Pokimane, Ethan Klein, and Tassan Piker were all at the forefront of vocal criticism around the topic, with Mizkif also being included in the conversation as he was one of the main figureheads of Twitch at that time, as well as someone who had turned down a $36 million gambling deal of his own.
I saw some of my mods gambling off stream, and I'm like, man, I started that. They are gambling because of me. And I just felt like crap. And is it really worth the money when I already make so much?
But the debate around the ethics of gambling would really come to a head in 2022. A streamer named Slicker admitted to borrowing upwards of $300,000 from fellow creators and fans. This was done on false pretenses to fund his CSGO gambling habit, effectively scamming them out of their money. One of the people he scammed was Trainwrecks, who, having donated huge sums to streamers in the past, predictably obliged by Slicker's request for help to the tune of $100,000.
He gave me like $150,000. No, sorry, not 150, $100,000, and I know people are gonna be like, the people I owe. You
150. So this is more than this is over 300K.
A financial scandal of this magnitude had never been seen on Twitch before, and it only contributed to the rising tide of gambling criticism on the platform. With the mounting pressure from streamers and the public, Twitch as a company would end up banning gambling from the platform. But in the midst of the controversy, a lot of different inconsistencies were pointed out, like the fact that Twitch's parent company, Amazon, had a partnership with DraftKings, one of the most popular sports betting sites in the world. It was also pointed out by Asmongold that Slicker, for some reason, was not banned on Twitch in the wake of the controversy, pointing out the double standard of not banning Slicker, who had defrauded dozens of people, but keeping Jadion banned because he had made some jokes about Pokimane. On Twitter, Train responded in a somewhat heated fashion, saying, "Because your pals decided it was in their best interest to use and platform the very person that scammed everyone for his horse racing and tennis bets to somehow twist it and wage their war against me. And we both know deep down why the insecure little man is doing this." Now, I'm not sure who the little man is that Train is referring to here, but this is where our main character re-enters the picture. Mizkif, seeing the drama, decided to chime in, stating this: "If we're going to deplatform people for scamming others, shouldn't we have banned you for Jolt's coin a few years back?" Whether there's any truth to the specific claim being made about Train here is unknown. What is known is that this single tweet may have been one of the worst mistakes of Mizkif's life. Train responded with,
"Are you going to send Maya and Mitch to railroad and blackmail me like you did all those girls to cover up all those sexual assaults? You scumbag piece of shit. You want to come at me and make stuff up? Then you better be sure you don't live in a glass house. You insecure pussy."
This one tweet was the shot heard around the world, or around Twitter and livestream fails. And this is where things really get convoluted, so I'm going to try to piece together what I can of the story while not going too far into stuff that could get me sued. It all goes back to the night of January 19th, 2020, 2.5 years prior to Train's tweet. Fellow streamer Novaru was having a birthday party, where she would invite various other streamers to celebrate. One of these people included her friend Adriana Lee, who was also a streamer. Seeing as it was Nova's 21st birthday party and they wanted to celebrate, they all ended up drinking together. And while drinking, Adriana then ended up making out with another friend of hers, which was noticed by someone else at the party, Crazy Slick. Slick was a longtime friend of Mizkif who would frequently collaborate with others in the Austin scene. And, more importantly, he was Mizkif's roommate. Adriana was drinking heavily and went to bed in one of the rooms in the house. From this point on, exactly what happened is honestly hard to discern because of conflicting reports and a lack of one reliable narrator. But first, I'll play what Novaru said on stream about it.
He went into the room and he started, I heard this from 3 people, by the way. He started like touching her and was like, I don't know exactly what his intentions were, but I just know that he was touching her and everyone was like, dude, stop. Like, she's trying to fucking relax.
Dodo need to tell her Turkey Tom videos suck and he's an animal abuser hypocrite, so let's watch this. Didn't we already watch this? Maybe I watched this on my spare time. I guess we're gonna watch this for a bit. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
When I took the most...
Nah, I haven't beaten Chronos yet. It's a fairly long game.
I ever had, I was awake for a whole week.
I gave myself an injection, and as soon as I pulled the syringe, my body was already thrilled.
Sorry. Yeah, everything's fine. Everything's all right.
I was 14 when meth came into the picture.
I just know that she started at 13, so really, really early.
Crystal meth is one of the world's most dangerous drugs. It's cheap to produce, extremely addictive, and has serious health consequences. Few other drugs have such a reputation for ruining lives. Historically, meth use in Europe has been relatively low compared to the US and Asia. European meth used to be concentrated in Czechia, where usage is still highest in Europe. But in recent years, consumption across Europe has risen. Some areas, such as Eastern Germany, are particularly affected. 5 of Europe's 15 highest meth use cities are located there.
Ich vermute, es ist wie generell im Osten von Deutschland einfach so die meistverbreitetste, härteste Droge.
How did this happen? Why here in particular? And who is profiting from all of this? We traveled to Eastern Germany and spoke with experts and former users. These conversations were originally conducted in German. For this video, we have provided dubbing and subtitles. At the same time, we try to understand where this drug comes from, what other areas of Europe are experiencing an increase, and what insidious global structures are behind the crystal meth trade. It's a cold New Year's Eve in a town in Saxony. Dominic comes from a stable family. At this point, he's 14 years old. He's out celebrating with friends. They decide to buy weed from an acquaintance for 80 euros, but the dealer doesn't have any left. Instead, he offers them a choice. They can keep their 80 euros or use it to try something else. Crystal meth.
We tried the crystal without thinking about it. I thought it was funny and just took it for fun.
It won't be the last time.
We did it again the next weekend, and then regularly, every other weekend, and then daily. We started out snorting it, but it really burns your nose. And at first that was still manageable, but after a while it got so painful that we had to find other ways to get our fix. So we smoked it, we drank it, parachuted it.
Parachuting a drug involves wrapping it in thin paper and swallowing it.
They should have just done steroids. Steroids are better.
Over time, the drug's effects get weaker and weaker. Dominic is developing a tolerance.
After a while, the effect wasn't the same. My body was too used to it. The only thing left was injecting it to get the most out of the drug. It's almost the way to get the most bang for your buck.
Intravenous use involves dissolving the meth in water and injecting it with a needle straight into the veins. At this point, Dominic is 15 years old.
I gave myself an injection, and as soon as I pulled up the syringe, my body was already thrilled. As soon as I felt it course through my veins, my mind went. You know, you jump up, you're wide awake, you're immediately on the go, you're outgoing, you're chatty. This feeling was just, you just feel great and active and like you could move mountains.
Dominic tells us this first injection was the best high of his life.
Thanks to the drug, I didn't feel alone. And with these people, I never felt excluded. I was never alone.
It's 1938. The pharmaceutical company Temmler introduces the drug Pervitin to the German market, available without a prescription. It contains a novel substance, methamphetamine, the active ingredient of crystal meth. Pervitin is marketed as a stimulant, a wake-up pill. It quickly becomes a bestseller in Germany.
Was möchten Sie in den Kaffee? Milchzucker? Nur 2 Pervitin, das wird heute ein anstrengender Tag.
A candy company even launches chocolates that contain Pervitin. They're said to help with so-called housewife depression. 3 to 9.
Dude, crystal meth chocolates? Hell yeah. As long as they're vegan, sign me up.
9 chocolates a day are said to do the trick. 9 chocolates contain about the same amount of methamphetamine as is needed for an average meth high. It's not long until the Nazis start using Pervitin. By the 1939 invasion of Poland, they'd already used it millions of times. It's a miracle drug for the Blitzkrieg. Fear, hunger, fatigue all fade away on meth. Soldiers are more aggressive in combat. But soon, the drug's side effects become impossible to ignore.
Auf Pervitin gingen deutsche Soldaten über ihre Grenzen, bis sie einfach zusammenbrachen. Die Wirkung reichte nicht mehr aus und sie erfroren im Schlaf.
Sie verloren ihren Instinkt für Gefahr, vor allem auch durch Unterkühlung.
In 1941, Pervitin becomes prescription only. Still, it remains widely accessible. After the Second World War, doctors in both East and West Germany continue to prescribe it as a stimulant and pick-me-up. Athletes use it for performance enhancement. In the 1970s, the UN classifies methamphetamine as a Schedule II drug, which outlaws its unauthorized production and sale. Its usage declines throughout Europe. In Germany, Pervitin remains on the market until 1988, when medical use of meth becomes illegal. Nowadays, the street name for illegally cooked meth is often still Pervitin. Soon, a black market emerges. Small meth labs start producing crystal meth themselves, mostly in the US and Eastern Europe. And by the 1990s, illegally cooked meth finds its way from Eastern Europe to the rest of the continent.
I remember when I was living in Guelph, there were a lot of crazy meth addicts in town. And when they'd get money, they'd go to the donut shop and buy donuts. Because meth makes you really crave, sugary sweet things. They were so fucked up, it's unbelievable. It's crazy how people ruin their lives like that.
Every addiction has an origin story. Ashley's starts at age 20.
I was having some financial difficulties at the time, and I have a daughter. I had her father take care of her until I could sort out my money problems, but I haven't gotten her back since. That was a turning point for me, when I said to myself, I need to get on a different track.
Ashley also wishes to remain anonymous, so we've changed her name. She first comes into contact with meth through her sister.
My sister's been using it basically her whole life, and at one point she took me along with her. She started at about 13, so really, really early. At first, it wasn't that much. I'd say I did a line every couple of days, maybe every other day.
And it works. Well, sort of. Meth distracts her, takes her mind off things.
For one thing, it keeps you wide awake. One time I was taking it and I didn't sleep for a whole week. And it still made me feel even more energetic. It was mostly that I just didn't feel anything anymore. I didn't care about anything. And after a point, it was really often. I was definitely using at least a gram a day. By then, I honestly didn't care anymore.
Meth begins to take up more and more space in Dominic's life.
Everyone only cared about the drug. That's how it went. You're focused, you're inventive. It's insane. Staying up night after night, doing this and that, and it just keeps going on and on and on. I spent everything I had on it, poured all my money into using, sometimes several hundred euros in a day.
In my case, I had a good relationship with my dealer. I only paid 25 euros a gram, which just made me use even more.
As Dominic's meth use increases, he needs new ways to get his fix.
At first I just bought it from a dealer or somebody went to get it for me. By the time I was 16, that didn't work anymore. I was using way more than I could afford. Started driving to the Czech Republic to pick up there.
The exact production cost of a gram of meth is hard to pin down. But in Czechia, the hub of Europe's meth production, you can get it for as little as 10 to 20 euros. Czech authorities report that around 6.5 tons of crystal meth are produced in the country each year. In 2022 alone, police shut down more than 200 illegal meth labs. The country does not only lead in production, it also has some of the highest consumption rates in Europe. Producing meth requires both the right equipment and expertise in chemistry. In Czechia, a country with a strong pharmaceutical industry, you can easily find both. Every meth cook also needs ephedrine, the base ingredient used to make methamphetamine. In Czechia, ephedrine is tightly regulated because of the meth trade. But just across the border in Poland, ephedrine-based medications such as cold medicine can be bought in bulk over the counter. That's where many Czech meth cooks source their supply. Meth cooked in Czechia easily makes its way into Germany. Smuggling it across the border is a lucrative business, whether through big dealers or in countless small shipments.
Hier in Sachsen und in Ostbayern wird sehr viel über sogenannten Ameisenhandel importiert. Ameisenhandel heißt, dass sehr, sehr viele einzelne Personen in kleinen Mengen diese Droge über die Grenze bringen und die Polizei kaum eine Chance hat oder der Zoll, dem habhaft zu werden.
There I was taken along by older guys. We called them old junkies who were basically just there to do the driving. And of course there's the Czech dealers. You just go to any pickup spot and they'll be there. But I also drove right into the country and picked it up directly from the lab. We swallowed it, packed it into little parachutes, and smuggled it over the border in our bodies.
According to Czech police, in 2014, about 1/3 of Czech meth ended up in Germany. Recent analyses show that methamphetamine residues in the wastewater of East German cities are especially high. We asked Ashley and Dominic, how long does it take to get meth where they live?
I'd say maybe half an hour. I wouldn't say longer than that.
I'd say it doesn't even take 5 minutes. In Chemnitz, Zwickau, Dresden, Leipzig, the scene is well established there. You can just tell. You know exactly where to go.
According to Saxon government officials, meth use in the state isn't increasing, but it's plateaued at a very high level. To understand how underground markets work, many moving parts have to come together. The bigger story emerges through collaboration among research institutions, governments, journalists, and above all, the voices of those directly affected. We're grateful to the brave individuals who have shared their stories with us and for the sponsors who make our investigations possible. This video is brought to you by AnyDesk, a powerful tool for seamless collaboration. AnyDesk gives you secure remote access to your devices from anywhere in the world. .com/fern. It's 2014. By now, Dominic is a legal adult. He's been using meth regularly for several years. No job, no university. He's no longer following conventional life paths. He's firmly in the grip of addiction. And it costs him several thousand euros per month. That level of consumption needs to be financed somehow.
In my circle, for sure. Through petty crime, individual offenses, group efforts, I got myself into a lot of trouble with the law.
The more meth he uses, the more crimes he commits.
I started out shoplifting, and let's just say I ended up in much bigger trouble. It just got worse and worse.
So bad, he wound up in prison.
Muss ich mal so um die Ecke gucken. Durch die Blume.
This is Dr. Stefan Mühlig. He's a professor of clinical psychology and addiction researcher and works with meth users.
Ja, wie sich das anfühlt, das kann ich Ihnen jetzt nur beschreiben aus den Berichten meiner Patienten.
He explains to us why methamphetamine is so addictive.
Es ist so, dass vor allem bei dem allerersten Konsum hier ein erheblicher sogenannter Kick entsteht, also ein explosionsartiger Rauschzustand.
Methamphetamine floods the brain with dopamine, the chemical that regulates lust, motivation, and your brain's reward system. It's often nicknamed the feel-good hormone. On average, an orgasm triggers an 80% increase in dopamine release.
Im Vergleich dazu steigt die Dopaminausschüttung bei einem Kokainkonsum, wenn man ihn nasal betreibt, zum Beispiel um 200 bis 400%. Bei Crystal Meth aber um 1400%.
In other words, a single hit of meth can release 17 times more of the pleasure hormone than an orgasm.
Da kann man sich ungefähr die Dimension vorstellen, wie stark dieser Kick ist und wie unvergesslich ein solcher Zustand ist schon beim allerersten Konsum. Dann sehnt die Person sich dann immer wieder nach diesem ursprünglichen Zustand zurück oder nach diesem sehr starken positiven Rauschzustand.
The first time someone tries meth is enough to lay the foundation for addiction. How quickly that risk turns into full-blown addiction depends on how the drug is consumed. In simple terms, the faster meth reaches the brain, the higher the risk of addiction. Swallowing it takes about 20 minutes for the effects to kick in. Smoking it takes only 5 to 7 seconds. The same goes for injection. Once the high wears off, what follows is a brutal crash.
Der Entzugszustand ist sozusagen das Spiegelbildliche dessen, was man im Rauschzustand erlebt. Also man ist langsam, schlapp, ausgepumpt, energielos, down, depressiv.
Dominic and Ashley each find their own way to endure withdrawal symptoms.
I slept for a week, only waking up a few times to drink something. What I remember is constantly breaking into sweats and having heart and circulation problems from not hydrating enough.
I can only say from my own experience that you just get very tired or you sleep a lot. During that time I was also severely underweight. Sometimes I didn't eat at all, only when I'd come down a bit.
Die körperliche Abhängigkeit, die ebenfalls entstehen kann, ist dann, dass der Körper sich an diese externe Zufuhr von der Droge gewöhnt und ohne gar nicht mehr funktionieren kann.
Withdrawal can feel so miserable that it seems only one thing can help: getting high again. A vicious cycle.
Seems like the only problem these people have is they can't get enough meth. If they could just afford enough meth, then, what's the problem? Meth seems like it's pretty good for you. Makes you feel good, gives you lots of energy. They should start selling meth over the counter. Like they did in Germany.
Regular long-term use of methamphetamine can lead to serious health problems, including depression, heart attacks, and epilepsy.
Bei Crystal ist es eher so, dass es zu kognitiven Beeinträchtigungen auf Dauer kommt, also Konzentrations-, Aufmerksamkeitsproblemen, Gedächtnisproblemen. Vor allem die Aufmerksamkeitsspanne ist stark eingeschränkt im Dauergebrauch, also nach Dauergebrauch.
The body deteriorates, poor skin, severe weight loss, bad teeth. Over time, meth damages organs and causes brain damage.
Das ist auch noch ganz, ganz wichtig zu wissen. Diese Stimulantien mit Amphetamin, aber auch Amphetamin und Kokain können auf Dauer psychotisch machen. Und die Psychosen sind sozusagen die schlimmsten psychischen Störungen. Das sind die, die mit Wahn, Halluzinationen zu tun haben.
Here's a map of all the meth labs that were shut down in Europe between 2018 and 2020. It's clear here that Czechia is a major stronghold in Europe. In Germany, Bavaria and the East are most affected. But further west, you can see that the Netherlands, Belgium, Norway and Sweden are also established meth hotspots. Large amounts of crystal meth in the EU now come from the Netherlands or Mexico. It's believed that Mexican drug cartels drive a lot of this traffic, using their expertise to cook meth in Dutch and Belgian labs, while precursor chemicals are smuggled into Europe from China. By now, the drug is firmly entrenched throughout Europe, and it shows no signs of disappearing anytime soon. Traffickers exploit international trade routes, airplanes, cargo ships, trucks. If one route gets shut down, another opens up. Occasionally, authorities report successes against drug traffickers, but the larger battle is widely considered unwinnable. Between 2010 and 2020, the quantity of confiscated methamphetamine increased nearly sixfold in the EU. One researcher in the European Union Drugs Agency warns that currently there are indications of increased methamphetamine use all throughout Europe. Wastewater analysis confirms an increase of consumption in many European countries. Fast forward to 2023. Ashley's been using crystal meth for 2 years now. She's been homeless at times and has given up custody of her daughter. She's lost contact with family and former friends. Today, she's using meth again. But this time, something's different. She feels unwell and realizes she can't properly talk.
After using, I wasn't in control of myself. I struggled to speak. I knew what I wanted to say, but I couldn't get the words out. Instead, I just sat there, staring into nothing.
She calls an ambulance. Shortly after, she's admitted into a psychiatric hospital.
That in and of itself was a reason to quit, but then I found out I was pregnant and that was the real reason.
Oh my god.
Wenn du eine Pause brauchst, ist auch gar kein Problem.
Sorry.
Meth baby.
Wir machen eine kurze Pause, oder? Ist vielleicht besser.
This is why we need abortion.
People struggling with addiction have various ways to find support. Often the first point of contact are community outreach volunteers or social workers. They help users with everyday struggles like finding a place to live. But just as importantly, they support young people in taking the difficult steps out of addiction. By 2021, Dominic reached a breaking point.
I noticed suicidal behavior in myself.
Adderall is just 4 types of amphetamine salts. It's great.
Ah, sweet. I guess I'll do meth then, since it's the same thing basically. Thanks for the donation, Yoshi.
Deliberately giving myself overdoses. Other problems added to it as well. Physically, I could feel it. Either I kept going with the drugs and I would probably die soon, or I changed something and I wanted to change.
He decides to start addiction therapy. Beating a crystal meth addiction usually means facing a long and difficult journey.
Die Idee, ja hör doch einfach auf, greift da schlicht zu kurz und wird dem Problem nicht gerecht. Die betroffenen Personen würden ja gerne aufhören. Manche würden ihren rechten Arm dafür hergeben, von der Droge loszukommen, aber sie schaffen es nicht, weil die Sucht eben eine ungeheure Macht über sie hat.
The first step is withdrawal. It takes about 4 to 6 weeks for the body to overcome a physical dependence. Afterwards, therapy can begin. We travel to a rehab center close to the Czech border to understand how it all works. This is Uwe Wicher. He runs the clinic.
Wir sind eine Fachklinik zur Rehabilitation von Abhängigkeitserkrankungen und haben uns auf Menschen spezialisiert, die von illegalen Drogen oder Cannabis abhängig sind. Wenn jemand zu uns kommt und Therapie macht, ist die Regelbehandlungsdauer 6 Monate. Wer im Haus konsumiert oder Drogen ins Haus bringt, für den ist die Therapie von unserer Seite aus beendet.
Addiction therapy in Vicha's clinic takes place in 3 successive phases: an orientation phase, an intensive phase, and a reintegration phase. After physical detox, the therapy focuses on building awareness of the patterns that led someone to use the drug. Patients work on strategies to cope with difficult emotions and triggers. At the same time, they are prepared for life after rehab. It's not only about getting clean, but also about staying clean. For starters, this means leaving your old life behind.
Um dort wirklich von der Droge wegzukommen, musst du dieses Umfeld verlassen. So, und die Frage, die man sich auch stellen muss, sind denn das wirklich Freunde, die man dort hat? Oder besteht die Freundschaft? Oder ist die überhaupt erst dadurch entstanden, dass man gemeinsam konsumiert, vielleicht auch gemeinsam kriminelle Machenschaften an den Tag legt?
It's also about developing a whole new perspective on life.
Solche Perspektiven, die Sinn geben, denn Sinn ist wichtig, um auch abstinent sein zu wollen.
And patients have to prepare for difficult phases ahead.
Also in jeder Lebenslage, wo es ihm nicht gut geht oder man sich auch langweilt, kommt ganz automatisch dieses Bedürfnis, jetzt möchte ich eigentlich wieder drauf sein. Diese Erinnerung ist dann im Suchtgedächtnis verspeichert.
Addiction memory can be treacherous. The danger of relapse lurks everywhere, even in places where you would least expect it. It's 2014. Dominic's been in prison for over a year and a half. You might think he's long gone through detox. Think again.
In fact, there are both officers and inmates who smuggle it in, either through visits or through the officers themselves, depending on what the officer earns from it. In my prison, it was basically the norm. You could almost say that there were more drugs inside the prison than outside.
In prisons across Europe, it's clear inmates are routinely getting high. Drugs are regularly found and seized by authorities and show up in urine tests. Supplying a closed-off prison population with drugs may present dealers with added logistical challenges, but the demand is high. Drugs sold in prisons sometimes fetch 4 times the profits than those sold on the outside. Beyond visitors and prison officers, Dominic also tells us about others you might not normally associate with crystal meth.
Another common way to get drugs is through the prison's priest. He brings in a lot of substances.
We were also not able to independently verify these claims. We reached out to Saxony's justice authorities but received no response. Dominic also tells us that even outside prison, some police officers will turn a blind eye to crystal meth.
I never once got reported for meth possession. They never filed charges. When I'd be sitting with my dealers, sometimes cops would come in to pick up their own stuff. And we'd know about raids ahead of time. We'd get the heads up a day or so before a raid. So we had time to stash stuff away.
We were also not able to independently verify these claims. Prison guards, priests, even police officers. Dominic's accounts, if true, show just how deeply methamphetamine has penetrated all layers of society. Methamphetamine has a certain reputation.
Da klebt so ein anderes Etikett dran. Ne? Da klebt eben dran, das ist die ostdeutsche Unterschichtsdroge.
But the more experts we spoke with, the more complexity we found. Meth is used not only by marginalized communities impacted by poverty, but Europeans from all walks of life.
Also wenn wir uns unsere Klienten und Patienten angucken, dann kommen die aus ganz unterschiedlichen gesellschaftlichen Gruppen und Verhältnissen.
According to Dr. Mühlig, some use meth for neuroenhancement. They find that meth can boost performance at university or on the job.
Wir haben hier auch durchaus Patienten aus höheren Statusgruppen wie Managern, Bankern, Investmentbankern, die ihre Quoten erfüllen müssen, auch Wissenschaftler manchmal dabei, also wirklich auch Abgeordnete.
Ja, der Bauer wird oft genannt.
They have to do a lot of repetitive tasks, like sitting for hours on a tractor plowing the fields.
Da kann Crystal Meth natürlich helfen, Müdigkeit zu überwinden.
Da gehören Schichtarbeiter, LKW-Fahrer sicherlich auch dazu.
Man möchte gar nicht dran denken, dass da welche auf Crystal Meth unterwegs sind.
Then there's the classic party context where meth is
Why don't they just do steroids? These people are fucking stupid.
used like ecstasy or cocaine. There's also a pretty sealed-off scene called chemsex. These are groups where people meet in closed circles for sex parties.
Das ist eine Droge, die mehr als andere Drogen das Lustempfinden steigert, also sehr stark sexualisiert, die Hemmschwelle senkt, das Lustempfinden steigert.
The strongly sexualizing effect of meth comes with a whole host of other problems, particularly for female users.
Was in Sachsen uns sehr große Kopfschmerzen bereitet hat, nämlich dass auch überproportional viele ungewollte Schwangerschaften dann entstehen.
It's not uncommon for female meth users to keep using while pregnant. This can lead to prenatal damage and neonatal impairments. The fetus can be severely harmed and born with limitations or sometimes serious disabilities. Of the 35,000 children born in Saxony in 2015, 160 to 180 were diagnosed with damage caused by the drug. And these are just the reported cases. The undiagnosed number may be even higher.
Und das ist natürlich nochmal ein ganz schlimmer Folgeeffekt sozusagen der Verbreitung von Crystal.
When Ashley finds out she's pregnant, it's a huge wake-up call. It changes everything.
For me, that was really the turning point. When I found out I was pregnant, I didn't want to keep going. I knew I would be harming my child, and that was the moment I said, it's now or never. Yeah, I am. My boyfriend supported me. He said I could go to therapy, and I would have done it, but ultimately I overcame my addiction without. The pregnancy gave me so much strength. I could handle all of it and take care of my daughter. That was easy for me in the end.
Ashley managed to quit meth without addiction therapy. She gave birth to a healthy baby, who she tells us is developing well.
Yeah, sure.
Both Dominic and Ashley have left meth behind and are leading lives free from the drug.
Und wenn man mit den Patienten redet, ja, sagen fast alle, hätte ich es bloß gelassen. Also niemand steht dazu oder würde im Rückblick sagen, ich finde es gut, diesen Preis zu zahlen, das war angemessen, sondern der Preis ist viel zu hoch für das bisschen Vergnügen, was man für eine relativ kurze Zeitspanne eigentlich hatte.
Kanan, würdest du jetzt, wo du das alles durchgemacht hast, würdest du nochmal anfangen?
Never again. Never, ever again.
Their stories show that the journey to recovery is absolutely worthwhile.
I believe anyone can quit, but of course you have to find the will to do it within yourself.
Yeah, well, they're dumb. That's why they did meth in the first place.
She's drunk. Like, it's weird. Like, don't fucking touch somebody when she's drunk, and like, especially when you're just making out with her. Like, I don't know what the intention there was, but everyone that was there, the 3 people, told me that they were very uncomfortable by the situation.
This story was told live in a very careless fashion 18 months after it supposedly happened, leading to a lot of conversation.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
In the community. Shortly after, Adriana Lee herself made a response to the situation. She opens by saying that she was very intoxicated and ended up blacking out, so she herself doesn't exactly remember what happened. I was told that I was kissing my best friend, Enna, and another one of my close friends at the time, consensually. Crazy Slick was following us around, trying to kiss me, trying to kiss her, and at one point I was told that he and I ended up kissing. Then apparently, I was passed out in one of the rooms at the party, and he came into the room while I was unconscious. He came into the room a couple of times after being asked to leave me alone each time. In 2 of those instances, he touched my neck and chest, saying he was just making sure I was alive after being assured by my friends that I was okay as they were watching over me. Whether or not his intentions were out of genuine concern or not, I don't know. To be clear, he did not rape or assault me, but his actions did make me uncomfortable. Adriana also included some messages with an anonymous person where they seem to corroborate this story. She ends the twit longer by criticizing Novaru for airing out her story when she did not want it to be publicized. Slick himself also made a twit longer, apologizing for what he did, but stating that he entered that room exclusively to make sure that Adriana was okay, stating he was checking her pulse because he was worried about her. And with that, the controversy had been put to bed. But now, because Mizkif had fired a shot at Train, the story was being relitigated a year and some change after it initially came out, with some added details. The claim here is that Mizkif had sent his ex-girlfriend Maya Higa and fellow streamer Mitch Jones to cover up sexual assaults. This notably changes the story from Slick merely doing something dumb that made Adriana uncomfortable to deliberately touching her without her consent. He elaborated, "The people involved know the truth, but for those of you that are drama farming and coming to split conclusions, let me be even more clear. Mizkif did not assault the women. He orchestrated the cover-ups for his friends, exactly how my tweet reads." Crazy Slick was now back in the crosshairs, and by extension, so was Mizkif and his entire streaming organization. This story exploded over the following days, with many of the updates being posted onto livestream fails.
What I thought is what we all thought too. Like, he didn't go all the way. He didn't even he was just weird. He was just being a creep.
And I was like, listen, I'm gonna be true to myself. I'll make Slick look good, like an angel, because I did in the twit longer.
Okay, there's other stuff that are gonna come out probably next 2 days.
Crazy Slick, he was in my chat and he said, "Hi, nice toe, Pepe laugh, wanna talk on Discord? No, but I like you, haha, you are hot, lol, haha, lol, LMAO."
You don't have to do that, that's a weird thing to do. Shouldn't touch someone.
Slick himself initially made a tweet stating that he never assaulted Adriana and had only been checking her pulse to make sure she was okay, which is consistent with his prior story, but the post would be deleted. According to Miz, Slick sent various farewell messages to friends before disappearing, leading to a scare that he had taken his own life, although he was later found alive. In the meantime, other women made accusations towards Crazy Slick as well, which seemed to show that whether or not what Slick had done that night with Adriana was assault, he had still been somewhat creepy to several girls and was ultimately not a good person to have in social settings. Meanwhile, the same night, Train had made his tweet reigniting interest in the story, 2 calls would take place, wherein Mizkif, Trainwreck, XQC, Asmongold, another streamer named Barry, and Mitch Jones discussed the claim that Miz covered up the actions of Crazy Slick. Those calls were secretly recorded and then leaked to Destiny, who had been covering the situation. The main crux of these calls regards the twit longer that Adriana had made in 2021. The idea being that, like Train claimed, Mizkif had sent Maya and Mitch Jones to Adriana Lee in person to discuss the allegations. But the breaking point regards whether Miz had sent them to cover up the claims and get Adriana to downplay what supposedly happened in the twit longer, or simply to figure out what was going on.
My best friend in the whole world, Slick, is getting accused of, people are saying he's about to get canceled. I run in his room, Maya's crying, I'm freaking the f out, I'm hyperventilating,
Mitch is there. We're all trying to figure out what the we can do for my best friend, right? I care about Slick. I do. I love the guy. And people were telling us, mainly Barry, that, yo, Adriana Lee's about to come out with some
You ate a graham cracker? Wow. That's pretty amazing. Graham crackers taste nice. I like graham crackers.
shit, because Novaru the night before said some shit, right? Novaru was like slick
shit, yeah.
Right. She went out and tried to say some stupid ass shit and accusations about Slick. I am freaking out, and I'm literally crying because I'm saying to myself, I'm gonna lose my best friend. I'm gonna lose my best friend in the entire world. Maya's upset. Mitch is sitting there. We're all freaking out. So then, what I did is I tried to get answers. I tried to get, what is Adriana Lee thinking? What is going on here? What's happening to my best friend? I wanted to know.
Without playing the entire thing, here's my basic summary. On one team, you have Train, who claims that Maya's role in the situation was to bully Adriana Lee into downplaying the allegations. On the other side, you have Mizkif, who claims that he was simply trying to figure out exactly what was going on and was worried that his friend and roommate was about to have his life ruined over something Mizkif did not know the truth of. Maya did a stream responding to the claims where she said this.
I was fine with her, the twit longer, fine, right. She was gonna write a twit longer. And I asked her if she thought that Slick raped her or sexually assaulted her. And at the time, we agreed, or at the time, she said no. So I said, okay, could you include that in your twit longer then? And she said, okay. Was there a power dynamic in that situation? Because I'm a bigger streamer, yes.
Oh my God.
And I feel bad about
No. The fuck?
that. It wasn't my intention to introduce that to the situation. I wasn't trying to.
Okay, you know what? Like, this just sounds like silly nonsense. Like, when girls start changing their story and making up some stupid excuses, like, why is anybody taking these silly people seriously?
Impose that on her. I wasn't trying to pressure her, you know, or like force her into saying something, but did it naturally exist? Yes.
Meanwhile, Adriana appeared on Hassan Piker's stream to claim that Maya had encouraged her to downplay what went down.
I walked downstairs, they're like, so what happened? Like, let's do something about it. And I was like, well, I was just gonna write the twit longer with Kyle, the person that was there. Like, I don't really see why you guys need to be here. And then from there, obviously I was, you know,
Yeah, cool. Cool story. This chick's a liar.
well, you know, if we say something, we're gonna have to kick Slick out. And I was like, okay. And it's like, well, if you do say something, just know, like, people are they're gonna come after you. I was like, okay, well, like, I'm still gonna be true to myself, you know?
Yeah.
And we wrote the thing together, like, she was there while we were writing it. And she proofread it, and we changed some of the vocabulary to make it less harsh on Slick.
At the same time, Mitch Jones claimed the following. And keep in mind, he was one of the people sent to Adriana's house.
Did Miz explicitly give direction to you and Maya to go to Adriana's house and to quote-unquote downplay the situation or find a way to save Slick's ass? Yes or no?
The answer to that is yes.
One particularly bad clip that surfaced online was one where Mizkif had appeared to downplay the claims made about Crazy Slick.
Of what you can deem of it, it's sexual harassment, whatever. At a low scale, it's not really a big deal. I don't think people really gave a shit and really cared.
Now, it is worth noting that this clip is from prior to the more recent reinterpretation that was made public about the event with Slick. Adriana herself had stated that she did not think it was sexual assault until the meeting with Maya and Mitch took place.
That whole time, I was just told he touched my neck and, like, my wrist and tried to check my pulse. And then I found out as we were writing that twit longer, that he touched my chest.
Many would argue that Mizkif was not aware of the severity of what the true allegation was, due to the twitlonger that Adriana had made downplaying it. But of course, that then brings us back to whether or not Mizkif had sent his friends to get Adriana to downplay the allegations in the first place, and his level of awareness on what Slick had done. As you can tell, this entire thing is very messy. And I think in the same vein as Trainwreck's having some clear bias towards hating Mizkif, it was also made clear that Miz had some other enemies waiting in the wings. Ice Poseidon had been banned from the platform years prior after a troll swatted him while he was on a plane, sending him on his own arc having to deal with being censored off of the most valuable platform he had. Simultaneously, the entire internet had become increasingly politically correct, meaning someone like Ice Poseidon was very much not in vogue at that time. Not to mention that Ice had gotten himself into trouble after a series of videos criticizing his handling of a supposed scam. Meanwhile, Mizkif's rise to popularity was symbolic of what is arguably the exact opposite of Ice.
Was I a little edgy, I would say, a little bit.
A little bit?
5 or 6 years ago? Maybe. I mean, a lot of it's photoshopped, but do I, but I've learned and adapted, I've matured over the years. And sure,
I was on the woman's side until she started talking. I'm on that faggot's side now, unfortunately.
Yeah, same. Thanks for the donation, University of Going Faggers.
Also matured as my view count went up, but I did mature a lot.
He had even taken the time to criticize Paul for his actions while on his stream.
All for 300 grand, man. And I know a lot of you guys would be like, yeah, easy clap, you take the bag, right? Of course you would. A lot of you guys would take 300K and just walk away and be like, you know what? But you're not Ice, you didn't build this reputation and work so hard for 4 or 5 years, ruined your mental health, ruin lives around you, make insane content, do all these things, and ruin your reputation from millions of people, all for $300,000 that you could have easily made doing something else.
But in the wake of the controversy, Ice would come back to fire a shot at Miz, posting old messages of him saying
the N-word.
While many people saw this as petty, and I'd agree, Ice did later attempt to justify his actions on stream.
Well, we were friends, and then he got big, and then he basically didn't talk to me anymore. And I was like, okay, that's fine, I understand. And then he just started to give me backhanded fucking comments on his stream, and then he would just like play it off as a joke, and then he would just keep doing it when I was fucking down, bro. Like, I was low, like I was in some of the lowest parts of my life.
I did a heavy single with 385. I felt like shit and the weight moved slower than I expected it to. There was a sticking point halfway. I still have work to do before 404.
That moved pretty quickly and easily, and that was more than halfway. You got to the tricep dominant portion of the lift, so that was not a halfway sticking point. I think you're getting into your own head too much. Again, like I told you before, if you can do multiple sets of 3 with 365, then you should be good to go. You can do like a heavy singles practice, a week before you do a 405 attempt, but that's all you really got to do. Thanks for the donation though, Killian Titan. Appreciate it. Hope that helps.
But I still didn't leak anything, ever, because I'm like, that's kind of lame to leak shit. But then after the whole drama with the sexual assault thing and the fake wokeness and all this bullshit that everyone was peddling, I was like, alright, well, you know what? At this point...
Have you ever had any issues with high oxalate foods?
No, I've never had a problem with that. Thanks for the donation, Michael.
Everyone. So that was my 2 cents that I just decided to add in.
Ultimately, none of us were present for the meeting with Adriana, Maya, and Mitch, so we can't know exactly how that conversation went down. What we do know is that the consequences for Mizkif and the Austin streaming scene were catastrophic. Firstly, you have the negative publicity. Destiny, Hassan, hundreds of YouTube channels, tweets, Reddit posts, news articles, every format that can possibly contain video or text or convey any sort of information was cut covering this. I'm sure blind people were reading tweets in Braille about what Mitch Jones said to Asmongold, said to blah, 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 blah. Train's tweet was posted on September 19th of 2022. Within 24 hours, Mizkif was placed on leave from OTK while a third-party investigation took place into whether or not he and the organization had covered up what happened. Adriana Lee would also file suit against Mizkif, Crazy Slick, Maya Higa, and OTK, accusing the defendants of making false statements about her, which led to a loss of reputation, followers, sponsors, and income. Meanwhile, Miz posted a statement apologizing for saying the N-word in ISIS DMs and for downplaying Slick's harassment in the clip that I showed earlier. He lost 50,000 followers on Twitch the following month, and over the next few months, he became increasingly inactive. In December of 2022, the third-party investigation would conclude with no direct evidence that Mizkif had attempted to minimize or cover up the alleged sexual assault, and so he was reinstated as an official member of OTK. But the lawsuit from Adriana was still ongoing behind the scenes. In that same month, another member of OTK, Rich Campbell, was also accused of sexual assault.
Yeah, so it's all hearsay.
Both Asmongold and Tectone would talk about the allegations.
And I saw a lot of people that were saying that it wasn't true, that she's making everything up. Please do not do that. You are not our fan. You're not on our side. We are on their side. That's why Rich is gone.
A lot of people want to go online and tell women that their stories are invalid because they want to come to the defense of their content creators.
It's all
You know, the sad reality is you're probably safer off assuming a woman is lying until you hear otherwise. Because the reality is women lie like crazy about this sort of shit. Like, it's insane. Just about every fucking friend I have who does casual dating has a story where a woman fucking just made up some bullshit about them. I even had a friend who was fucking married to some crazy bitch, and she was proven to be lying about a rape accusation in court, and she actually did this to her 4 previous romantic partners. My friend actually hired a lawyer to look into this sort of shit. And they found her 4 previous boyfriends. She all made the same false rape accusation against them. So, yeah, this sort of horseshit, like, you gotta believe all women. Like, it's just ridiculous. You don't have to believe anybody. You should base things on the preponderance of evidence, not just believe some fucking attention-seeking fucking content creator online.
Also worth noting here that one of the few people that defended Miz publicly was actually Emiru, giving a rather emotional appeal to the sincerity of his character.
I mean, you guys know I've lived with Miz for 10 months, and I've hung out with him pretty much every day since I got here. And the Miz that I know would never know the full story and just let that happen. There's just no way that he knew. I'm sorry. That's just not the person that I know.
Maya Higa made a final statement on the 25th of September, saying this: "I did not go to the house that day with the intention of manipulating Adriana's story. I did not go to cover it up. This would not be possible, as even Adriana did not consider the incident to be SA until this past Monday, as she said on her stream." Adriana's feelings regarding the situation have
Dude, it's so ridiculous. Like when you hear somebody changing the fucking story around and then accusing people of like pressuring her, and it's like, give me a fucking break. So if you lied once, then you can lie again. Like, I'm sorry, but when you do this, like, why would anybody trust you?
rightfully changed since that day, and I support her. On that day, I was only able to operate off of the information that was given to me by Adriana and the eyewitnesses at the time. That information was that there was no rape or sexual assault, but that Crazy Slick had made Adriana uncomfortable. I supported Adriana in sharing this. I did ask about her experience, and I did go there with the intention of understanding the truth of the incident that occurred at the party in January of 2020. At the time, I thought this was the right thing to do. I fully understand that it was wrong, given my position, to insert myself into that situation. Following this, she would take a step back from online content creation to focus on her animal sanctuary. Jay Schlatt would ultimately leave OTK the same month that Rich was accused of SA, losing the brand one of their biggest names. And while he never talked about it publicly, it's likely that the constant scandals plaguing the company were just not worth his association. Being seen next to Mizkif in that streaming room now had some strings attached, and thus began a rather dark period for his life. This situation put Mizkif in an awkward position to say the least. The constant growth he had been experiencing was put to a halt as a legal battle raged behind the scenes, his company and his own reputation were called into question, and his opportunities became limited. Publicly, he did attempt to keep the streams going, and there were definitely some notable happenings. While his ability to make connections was definitely harmed, he still had a number of people willing to collaborate with him and make content. Alinity, his sister, who is not really his sister, Cinna, Extra Emily, and many others. He was not at his peak, but he was still a formidable force in the streaming space, able to collaborate with some of the biggest names on the platform. Was he going to be Kai Cenat? No. But the network he had built was still valuable and worth pursuing. On top of that, Miz made a wise decision in diversifying his income streams, the best example being Iron Forge, a gym he opened in Austin. Not only would it serve as a fully functioning business in its own right, able to get up to 1,000 members and break even financially, but it also provided a valuable avenue for content. He could invite other sweaty streamers to exercise, which is definitely a pretty funny novelty. He could host events where even legends of the bodybuilding world like Ronnie Coleman would stop by to see what all the fuss was about. While some had made the case that his career was over, in reality, there was a lot of success still happening at this point in time. His monthly viewership had definitely declined, as did his follower growth, but he was still the owner of a 2 million follower channel on Twitch and was seemingly able to average as many as 20,000 live viewers on a regular basis, even with a more inconsistent streaming schedule. But there were a few small, notable controversies from this point in time.
Yeah, I played the game Stray. Stray is a really dope game.
For example, he got into a beef with Bruce Drop Him Off, who ended up having this to say.
Miss can stop texting my phone. You are blocked, bitch ass nigga.
He also got into a few minor spats with people like Tommy Ennett and Bryce Hall, but none of these appeared to be major scandals that affected his reputation. However, one seemingly random tidbit here regards Miz working out. People noticed that Miz's body began to change drastically, and while his physique itself was attainable in a natural way, the speed of his progress was unusual. This led people to speculate that he was on steroids, but Mizkif denied that this was the case. There would also be a few candid moments from Mizkif.
You can tell he's on steroids. The weird roundness and fullness in veins. Yeah, he's on gear.
Streams where he appeared to be having a mental health crisis, feeling that the public backlash he got was undeserved.
Go off your stream and stream, bro. Shut the f- get on my chat, man. My mental can't take it anymore. I just can't. I can't do it. Like dying. It's so bad, chat. It's so bad, man.
Publicly, Miz was collaborating with his friends, particularly his girlfriend Emiru, trying to pump out content like usual. He even managed to secure a stream with BB No Money, easily one of the most brand-friendly and progressive rappers out there. It seemed like maybe the supposed setback from a few years prior was finally beginning to lift. But behind the scenes, the court case was ongoing. Just from watching his content over the course of early 2022 until late 2024, you can see that his personality is not what it used to be. The guy is no longer as carefree and definitely had these situations weighing on him, and the emotional outbursts would ramp up in severity. On February 6th of 2024, his former friend, Mitch Jones, released footage where it's implied that Mizkif had basically beat his ass.
I was at his house, we were arguing, and then I asked him for a ride home. Get in his car, we're still arguing, and that's when we drive past this part of the neighborhood where the camera caught the assault, and I have the evidence right here. So that was right before the assault. This is directly after the assault.
Trash! Want to do it again? Huh? You said you could take me 7 times. You didn't listen to yourself, you're drunk and on cocaine. I tried to talk to you as a friend, you're treating me like shit. You figured I'd kill myself. And all you can say is fuck you. All I can do is say fuck you.
You know, given what the guy's saying here, it sounds like it's plausible that he didn't even instigate the fight. Because it sounds like he was the one saying, I'll fight you, I could beat you up. So, oh man, like, everybody seems brain broken. They're just... I don't see enough here to, like, cancel the guy.
You think you're treating like shit? You said, come on! You pulled me out of the car, you said, let's go!
In the video, Miz's car comes to a screeching halt, and it's implied that after that point, Mitch pulled him out of the car, wanting to fight him. Miz, being stronger, was able to win the altercation, but Mitch claims that Miz continued to beat him afterwards. Now, we don't know what happened behind the scenes here, as Mitch did not—
Oh, I'm a victim, even though I'm the one who attacked him first and started the fight. Okay. Yeah, okay. Everybody is a weenie.
Not reveal the specific details, and Miz just outright never acknowledged this happening. But given that Miz screams, "You made me want to take my own life," it's clear that his mental state was not very good. Now, in December of 2024, Miz publicly stated that his court case with Adriana Lee was coming to a close.
Fortunately, after 2 years, I'm finally glad to announce that the court has dismissed all allegations against me in relation to those allegations. After months of litigation, those allegations were thrown out of the courtroom, and the plaintiff...
Yeah, gee, wow, the woman who says she can't even remember anything, who lied about what happened, and everyone else only has, like, weird, vague statements and hearsay to say about it. Oh, weird. A fucking court of law found nothing happened? Everything got dismissed? Oh, what a surprise. Yeah, cancel this guy and ruin his fucking career.
Is required to pay my attorney fees.
Despite his collaborations seemingly continuing to provide content for him, Miz eventually left Austin altogether, saying he was ready for a new chapter in his life. The house responsible for so much of his most popular content was sold as he left for Los Angeles. Despite hardship, he was ready to make a serious comeback to the streaming space. For example, he made one video addressing what had gone down in 2022, throwing some shade at Ludwig for how he had covered the allegations back in the day, while also proclaiming his own innocence regarding the accusations.
I want to show you a quick video.
I made a video, got a fuck ton of views, has 98.7% like ratio, called Twitch is Collapsing. And this was about Trainwreck's bombshell tweet, now totally debunked, about Mizkif and I forget whoever else was involved. And I made a video that was like incredibly damaging. It was just not at all based in fact, because you don't have fact when you make a video based off of tweets that are completely made up. These videos have no research to them. These videos are aggregates of what is available to see online.
In September 2022, I was accused of covering up sexual assault by Trainwreck TV. This resulted in the biggest drama that has ever happened in the history of Twitch, where dozens of the top content creators attacked me for weeks, saying that I covered up sexual assault and I deserved to be banned. Ludwig was one of those content creators who made a video titled Twitch is Collapsing with over 3 million views. This video told people that I was the only one involved in this whole thing, and I orchestrated basically a cover-up. This resulted in me losing so many of my fans, torpedoed my career, destroyed my mental health to something that I don't know if ever will come back, and has ruined my life and almost everyone I know around me. I'm not doing this as a hit piece on Ludwig. I really don't care that he apologized or said that he fucked up. I'm making this video because I think a lot of people on Twitch understand that it was false and understand that it's not true. But on other platforms...
Anybody with half a brain could see this chick is an attention-seeking liar. And then, oh, can't believe all women. Oh, women can't lie. Until it happens to you.
Like Instagram and TikTok, a lot of people hate me because of this. I hate that this happened, but I keep moving on. And if you're someone that watched me over the years but thought I did that, give me another chance.
Simultaneously, he appeared on multiple podcasts within a short period of time, clearly preparing for a comeback and a new chapter in his life. But it's still worth noting that even in these podcasts, he still discussed the allegations made in 2022.
I feel like my brain cracked when it happened. I almost feel like there's a before me and after that me. The before me was much more innocent and believed in people. Now I'm very jaded and I don't trust anyone.
Yep.
And that's a very sad life to live when you're trying to be funny and entertaining.
because it's almost like you don't want to entertain because you're just like, I don't like these people or they're going to betray me one day.
He makes a clear distinction between him before and him after, and the difference in his mental state since that moment. What's intriguing to me, however, and you guys if you've been paying attention, is that despite what happened, he was still very successful, but for whatever reason, instead of fully putting the situation behind him, or at least not talking about it in the public, it was clearly still a subject he was holding on to. Regardless, with the majority of the legal claims against him being dismissed and Miz relocating to Los Angeles, maybe he could finally build back the momentum that he lost, and perhaps the 2022 drama would end as a minor footnote in an otherwise impressive career. But within days of this podcast being released, it all came crashing down. And this brings us to 2025. In the year of our Lord, a series of events would ultimately lead to more of Mizkif's private life becoming a matter of public knowledge, details he likely never expected to come out. The first domino was Hassan Piker showing the world how much he loves his dog.
Stop.
This controversy, while bad for Hassan himself, was worse for Twitch, leading thousands to call for him to be banned from the platform. That same week, a familiar face also made an appearance, Emiru. While at TwitchCon, she was approached by a stranger and assaulted, while security basically stood there aimlessly before finally someone stepped in to stop the interaction. This sparked a lot of outrage, not only because people understandably felt bad for Emiru, but also because Emiru pointed out the inaction of Twitch staff regarding the issue. With millions rallying to support her in this trying time, on October 25th, she took to her stream for a massive announcement. Many likely thought she would be discussing Twitch at length, and while she did open by discussing their inaction in regards to what happened at TwitchCon, the main subject was something else entirely.
Today, I'm finally going to be opening up about the psychological and domestic abuse, stalking and harassment, sexual assault, and threats of blackmail that Ms. Kif has done towards me.
Emiru opens by stating that this was not coming out of nowhere. She claims to be bringing this information forward because she was informed by 3 separate people that Ms. Kif had continued this pattern of abuse after their own relationship, and as a result, she feels the need to bring the information to the public to raise awareness and prevent him from doing so in the future. She also claims that Ms. Kif had threatened her.
Yeah, here we go again. So never mentions anything about this before. Claims the guy's great, never would have committed sexual assault against a chick. And there's 3 other anonymous people we have no idea who the fuck they are that she says exists. It's all adding up.
Her indirectly, telling others, including streamers, that if she ever came out about what he had supposedly done to her, he would start a smear campaign against her, even specifically approaching one of her employees at Twitch.
Show the DMs or it never happened.
Saying that if she ever came out, he would destroy her. She specifically says that his plan would be to accuse her of neglecting her rabbits, echoing the tone of the recent controversy around Hassan Piker. Perhaps seeing how it went for Hassan, his plan was to more or less jump on the bandwagon against animal cruelty that was happening on Twitch. With that preamble out of the way, she then explains that their relationship was very private, hidden not just from the public, but also from friends and other people who were a part of OTK. This relationship, in her words, was extremely codependent and toxic. She says that from the beginning, Mizkif portrayed himself.
So once again, we have absolutely no evidence of this. Just trust me, bro.
As a nice guy, someone who treated women that he dated very well. And at the same time,
as much as women are scared of rape and violence from men, I have to admit, these bitches nowadays scare the fuck out of me. I can get over a beating or rape from an ugly bitch, but my name reputation being falsely accused affects ability to make monies.
Yeah, like, I mean, if you get assaulted, you know, that's it, it's over. You know, like, it's done. You can still go on about life. If your reputation is ruined over this fucking bullshit, that is going to impact you in so many other practical ways that, like, just an assault can't. It's fucking retarded. Thanks for the donation, though. Less is more. Yeah, that's great.
He seemed motivated for both of them to succeed as teammates. However, the first issue she alleges is that Miz was very controlling shortly after getting into a relationship with her, dictating what clothes she could wear, who she could be friends with, and when she could stream, to the detriment.
Oh, let me guess. No text messages, no evidence, just trust me.
Of her career. One thing I haven't seen anyone bring up in regards to this comes from something I covered 2 years ago in regards to their relationship. While at the time their dating was kind of speculated on and somewhat of an open secret, Emiru had accidentally tabbed into her Discord on stream, showing some messages with Mizkif. One may interpret the following messages as being controlling. In regards to her being on stream, he says, "You literally lift your legs like a cheerleader multiple times. Stick a bottle between your legs and play with it. Farm those parasocial people by doing this content in the first place. After claiming to me you don't want these weirdos and you hate this community and hate the just chatting community." Emiru responds, "I genuinely don't think of things like that as sexual when I'm doing it, especially since I'm wearing pajama pants, but I will stop."
Okay, are you fucking kidding me? Everyone is fucking brain broken, dude.
Mizkif says, "Okay, lol." Then Emiru responds by saying, "I do dislike having to always make content for those types of viewers, but I thought this was something that would be easy and low effort."
She's a fucking manipulative liar. So he's uncomfortable with her doing sexual things on stream. She claims, oh, it's not sexual. Then he's like, okay, you're full of shit. And then she admits, okay, yeah, I'm making sexual content for people on stream. Like, give me a fucking break. Like, she's just a fucking liar, and none of this has anything to do with any of the fucking claims she made. Give me a fucking break.
Effort. Mizkif says, "Go to sleep on stream. Clearly that's not one we've talked about or you know is bad to do." Emiru says, "Yes." At the time these messages originally came out, it sparked much debate over how it played into the greater context of their relationship. Now, with Emiru's perspective, it's possible that this is part of the broader image of control that Mizkif had over her. But I'm going to come back to these messages later when we get into Mizkif's response. Emiru then transitions to talking about the alleged physical abuse that she suffered. She claims it began with him throwing plastic bottles at her, and she asked him to stop. However, things really took a turn for the worse in September of 2022 when the initial cover-up allegations came out, and as we've already seen, Miz's mental state began to unravel. Emiru states that his mind began to deteriorate, and at some point, it seemed like he truly snapped. While viewership was always important to him, now that it was dipping, it became a major source of insecurity. He never wanted to stream at the same time as her for fear that their shared audience would interfere with his own numbers. She claims that during an event where the two were streaming Rust, everything started out fine, until he noticed that her viewer count was higher than his. She says that he then messaged her saying he wanted
she says
to take his own life before ending his own stream, walking over to a door near her room and slamming it so loud that even her microphone picked it up. This claim would become closer to objective fact once Reddit detectives actually found the incident being referenced here. During this video, you can see that at some point, he realizes her viewership is higher than his and his mood quickly changes. He ends his own stream after complaining about being tired, and then by checking Emiru's stream, we can see the moment when the door slams, startling her.
Like, we haven't murdered. Like, we haven't pillaged. She had a one-hit advantage. She was coming.
Well, I have some cloth in my house.
Well, there you have it. The guy's beating up women, committing rape because he slammed a door.
In her allegation video, Emiru states that she eventually left to go check on him, which seems to be true based on the VOD.
So I tell my stream, I'm like, hey, guys, I'll be right back. I get up and I go talk to him, and I'm like, hey, what's going on? And he's like, I hate all of you guys. Like, all you guys do is just take from me, and like, I'm just done. Like, I'm just done. And I was like, is this like really happening because of rush drops? And he was like, I don't know what else to do. He was like going off on me, like basically saying that he hated me. And I was like, well, I don't know what to do now. And he was like, go finish your stream so that people don't know anything's wrong.
She states that from this point onward, things only got worse. He would destroy furniture in front of her, punch holes in walls, and at one point even threw his phone at her, giving her a bruise.
He would throw his phone at me. I would tell him, you know, it scared me, I don't like it. And one time it even hit me in the eye, which caused me to get a black eye, but he always, you know, was like, oh, it's
Any evidence for this black eye? You'd think there'd ought to be since she streams like every day?
It's an accident, and I was like, oh yeah, it's an accident.
No, I don't steam my fucking tofu.
like
Emiru claims that during these fists, she would lock herself in her room to get away from him, and he would scream and bang on the door while she waited inside for it to be over. And this behavior allegedly also extended outside of the house. Mizkif is the proud owner of an Audi R8, and according to her, he would drive his supercar extremely fast, including during arguments.
Oh, you don't say. A guy with a high-performance sports car drives it fast. Okay, well, he's a rapist.
She describes one specific scenario in which she and Miz were sitting in a restaurant, and he saw on his phone that Mr. Beast had invited another streamer to be in his...
Adriel, do you want to tell us what's going on here?
Store however many times per month. Get a vegan Thanksgiving meal together. Cook it before Thanksgiving, even if it's just like micro portions. And even if it's just potatoes with vegan gravy, and
I have no idea. I don't know who that is. Thanks for the donation, Adriel.
his video, a streamer that was not Mizkif. Supposedly, this led to Miz driving 150 miles per hour in his car with Emmy in the passenger seat, saying he wanted to take his own life the entire time. These outbursts would apparently be very consistent, with him throwing his phone at some furniture because her YouTube video was doing better than his that week. She states that in October of 2024, they would finally break up, and a week later, he would come over to her house to talk about closure, at which point Emiru claims she was assaulted by him. I'll let her explain it.
He started to try to comfort me by hugging me while I was sitting on the couch and holding me really close to him. And when this was happening, we hadn't talked in quite a while, and I'm usually very uncomfortable with being touched a lot by people that I'm not in a relationship with. But I let him hold me while I was crying. And he started kissing me in my face, and I let him do it. I was still sobbing a lot.
Here we Right. So she's clearly leading him on, and then, oh, he pushed my boundaries. I don't know why he felt he could do that. Here it comes.
And then, suddenly, he tried to climb on top of me and aggressively shoved his hand down my pants. And,
Yeah, there you go. There it is. The same story over and over and over again. I've heard it all before. Oh, yeah, I let him touch me. Oh, I was hugging him. Yeah, I let him kiss me. But then he grabbed my butt. Uh-huh. Right. Sure. Go fuck yourself. Like, what a joke. Big D's, $22. Let me see.
Hey, you guys. What is the difference in Coke Zero and Diet Coke? And is one healthier than the other? Let's find.
It's genuinely hard to know if this is a woman on steroids or a trans man.
No, so Coke Zero, literally zero everything except for sodium. Diet Coke, same thing, zero everything except 25 milligrams of sodium. They both start with carbonated water, caramel color. This one has phosphoric acid, and then it has aspartame. This one goes right to aspartame. So aspartame is classified as a potential carcinogen by the International
Yeah, and there was no reason for that.
Association for Research on Cancer. It was also created by this wonderful company called Monsanto. And Monsanto
I don't know if Monsanto created aspartame.
was responsible for Agent Orange, DDT, which they swore didn't cause cancer, which we now know both of those.
Armalite created the AR-15 that kills people, but they also make airplanes. Would you fly in an airplane from a company that made guns that kill people? Because if you fly in the plane's gonna shoot you with a gun. Because the company made gun, so they're trying to kill people. Like, that's literally the logic. Oh, the company made Agent Orange, so they're deliberately trying to poison you with every product they make. Uh-huh.
do. Actually, my cousin just died yesterday from Agent Orange poisoning. His dad was in the military. He passed yesterday because it was passed down to him. He had a brain tumor that's due to Agent Orange. So needless to say, I'm not a fan of aspartame nor Monsanto one bit. Potassium benzoate also in this one, which is a preservative linked to cytotoxicity, cellular damage. Then they go to natural flavors. I always concede on natural flavors. It could be good or bad. We never know.
It's just painful to watch.
You think Bale is racist?
Bale is absolutely racist.
Do you think that Bale is racist?
Yes.
And do you think that Bale is a tool to oppress black and brown people?
Of course it is. It is, yeah. Yes. For sure. Absolutely, in many ways.
Jails are so racist.
They're so racist.
Is it racist for a judge to say, hey, you have a history of violent crime,
Yes.
and to keep them because of that reason?
Yes.
Your criminal history should not play any role whatsoever. Is
I
that
don't
fair?
think so, no.
Do you think that if I
It all makes sense now, right? Like why New Yorkers would vote for Mamdani. Just infested with white guilt liberal cucks.
went to Harlem and asked them, they would say yes?
They would say yes.
Bail?
Yeah.
Like bailing people out?
Yeah.
No? Why?
You get locked up, you gotta pay bail.
Yeah.
That concept, just giving bail, is that racist? All racist.
No, I don't think bail is racist. No.
No, because money doesn't have anything to do with somebody's actions.
A consequence for everything you do.
There you go. There's normal people who understand. But all the white people going, it's racist. It's like, all right, you guys.
Yeah, what's funny is the feedback loop here. All these black people who live in, like, higher crime communities because of, gang members like the Crips and shit, they all know if people are locked up, they can't commit crime. But then you have a bunch of white people who are trying to put in systems to keep criminals on the streets, and then it's harming the black communities they are claiming they care about.
You guys are kind of going to get what you deserve in New York.
Yeah, who's that first chick? You think I could find...
Jeez.
This guy
Fucking retarded. Yeah, New Yorkers are fucked.
is trying to get dates by doing something called performative reading. So it's Emily Ratajkowski's book. He's got a cigarette. He's got a glass of wine. He's talking about the book. And it's performative reading. And hopefully it's a bit.
Yeah.
And he's taking notes. I don't think men should be reading at all.
Well, you don't read vapid women authors, for sure. You read, like, Cormac McCarthy or something. You read No Country for Old Men. That's New York shit. That's what happens when you're flapping in the breeze and you're not on a mission. I want a woman who can do this. I want a woman who can do this. You're going, I'll take the hottest girl I can get. What are her interests? And
Yeah, that's fucking gay.
This guy...
Real gay. Thanks for the donation, Big D's. Mata donated $2. How are their healthy fruitarians? How do they get nutrition? They manage to do it. Like, just because a dietary pattern isn't ideal doesn't mean some people can't, follow it in a sustainable way. But, I mean, look at the amount of fruitarians who literally look anorexic or have, died prematurely, so. Thanks for the donation, though, Mata. Dodo donated $2. Funny enough, VG. Eric Adams did such a good job bringing crime in New York City down, it was hardly an issue this election. That's probably another reason why Mamdani won. Well, it's gonna be an issue the next election. I can tell you that much. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Screamed. Yeah. And when I screamed, he jumped off me like a cat, And, instead of apologizing
She let him on.
or checking if I was okay, he said, I feel weird.
Checking if you are okay. How hard did he grab your ass? Give me a fucking break. Did he shove his fist up your butthole? Okay after what? You're the one who let him on.
Weird now. I feel like I did something wrong. I have to go. And he immediately left my house while I was still crying.
In the wake of this video being released, the livestream fails community.
Why did he leave? He sexually assaulted me, but I wanted him to stay there and talk to me. This chick is a fucking liar making up bullshit.
Would once again get to work piecing together the story. As I showed earlier, they had the video of Mizkif raging once he noticed Emiru's viewership, but there were also
like seriously, does anybody have like half a fucking brain where the story like just doesn't make sense? She's claiming she was sexually assaulted, but she wanted her sexual assaulter to stay around and talk to her and console her. Like what? I think if I was sexually assaulted, I'd want the person who did it to me to like leave so they're not around me. It is just insane how fucking anybody like takes these women seriously. I mean, she literally has fucking clown makeup on. You're gonna tell me you're gonna take somebody like this fucking seriously? Just look at her. Like, give me a fucking break. What a lying. It's just so obvious she's full of shit, and then people just eat it up because, one, I don't know what the fuck is wrong with kids at this point, but, like, they think these ugly-ass girls are hot. They just cake their face with fucking clown makeup. They look plain as fuck at best. She looks like a fucking special effects creation. I don't know why they think she's pretty. And then these dumb motherfuckers will let women lie to them like crazy where they could end up being the fucking next false rape victim. And then they're like, oh, pretty girls say bad thing happen. Oh, man bad, pretty girl good. Here's fucking 15 PayPal buck. Holy crap, society's cucked, dude. Why didn't that play? Bob Denver's gay donate $2 women moment. LMAO. Yeah, really. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Reminds me of your redacted, who said it'd be years until redacted could move out. Yeah, sounds like someone you want to break up with, right? Manipulative lying cunts. Why are so many females so manipulative? Is it in their genes?
Very likely. What's interesting is the gene for psychopathy. It's on the X chromosome. So presumably, women may actually have a higher likelihood of having antisocial personality disorders like psychopathy. It's just that because they're less likely to commit violence, they may like have an advantage with going undetected. And I mean, like, just think of the type of person you have to be to lie about a sexual assault or rape. And just think of how common that is among women. Just like how actually committing heinous crimes like rape or, you know, just blatant unjustified assaults or murder, you know, stuff like that, stabbing somebody, like how that is a very good sign you're a psychopath or have some antisocial traits. Falsely accusing somebody of rape or sexual assault, that's another just dead giveaway. You have some form of antisocial personality disorder. And the amount of women you see lying and making up shit about it, it all suggests to me that very likely there are a greater proportion of women with antisocial personality disorder traits. It's just that because women are less prone to committing physical violence, it goes underreported. And the types of antisocial personality disorder behavior you see from women isn't so much actual physical violence. It's this kind of manipulation, social engineering, lying, and in the interest of trying to exploit or harm someone. So, there's no like hard empirical evidence on this, but I'm pretty confident at this point women are actually more likely to be sociopaths or psychopaths or narcissists or Machiavellians compared to men. Cam and I read any tillers, is this anti-Semitic or am I reading too much into things? If it is, how so? Expose all the subtleties, mischaracterizations, false equivalencies. By the way, Room 107 is referenced October 7th. Yeah, I know. Oh, well. I already tell you, this fucking guy's a dipshit.
Hi, I want to rent this apartment. It's going to be $60 application fee. Application? You have to apply for the apartment. No, I don't want to apply. I'm interested. I'll take it. We need to be interested. We need to see if you're reliable. I'm reliable. Is your monthly income 3 times your rent? No, it's not. Thank you for your application. Wait, that's it? Yeah, you can afford it. Yes, I can. I don't have a lot of expenses. Okay. Do you have a girlfriend? Yeah. Thank you for your application. But I'm breaking up with her. Next week. Do you have any pets? I have a cat. There's a pet fee of $60. One-time fee per month. Do you need vacation? Come on, at least 2 years of 7. Thank you for your application.
Well, yeah, this is anti-Semitic. He's claiming it's a fucking Jewish landlord.
I can show you my savings account. I have at least 2 years of rent saved up. Doesn't matter. Hello, I want to rent apartment. It's gonna be...
Okay, dude, like, what are you, a fucking retard? Why are you wasting my time by asking me these stupid questions? Guy's clearly an anti-Semite.
Earlier, they had the video of Mizkif raging once he noticed Emiru's viewership, but there were also plenty of others. One clip features his previous girlfriend, Maya Higa, and while she keeps the subject of it nameless, people...
Well, yeah, they're less likely to cause violent crime because they're physically weak. I think there's also different social factors, too, and some other personality or temperament factors. Men are more competitive. So, they're going to be more prone to committing violence due to a competitive nature. Men also are greater risk takers. So the threshold for the risk reward for committing violence is going to be much higher versus men. But yeah, a big factor is women are less physically capable, so they know that they have a limited ability to commit violence, and there's also a greater chance of, like, you know, consequences. So if your attacker, if the person you're attacking fights back, you're kind of screwed. But yeah.
Speculated that it was Mizkif.
I did a guy that would go like 100 miles an hour on the, like, we would fight in the car, which was never my decision. Like, it just always like happened. Like, we just would like fight in the car, and then he'd go like 100, and I would like literally like beg him to slow down. I'd be so scared and I'd cry, and then he would not slow down until I apologized. And so then I started driving only. Like, I wouldn't let him drive me anywhere. But then if we'd get in a fight while I was driving, he would like pound my ceiling in my glove box.
Ooh,
he would like
that's scary.
scream and like hit the ceiling and like hit the glove box and just like scream profanity.
And another...
Ben Boyd and Tillers, have you ever seen these videos? Yeah, I've seen that. Thanks for the donation, Ben Boy.
Clip, he throws some Starbucks bags at Maya. And while obviously throwing a paper bag is not the biggest thing in the world, it does seem to line up with what Emmy...
Oh, he threw a paper bag. That means he's assaulting and sexually assaulting women. Okay. Oh, and he's a rapist. Yeah, all right.
Claimed. She would also show a series of screenshots of message exchanges which corroborate some of what she says. Particularly the idea that he was extremely insecure, mentally unwell, and would take it out on her. She shows that he continued to contact her after the relationship had ended, expressing regret for his behavior towards her, but also wanting to be on decent terms again. Emiru states she would have to stop attending events where he was present because she got the impression that he was basically monitoring her every move. With these claims now being public, Mizkif would fire...
Notice how nothing she has actually shared in terms of actual evidence, not just testimony, but like text messages or something. Absolutely none of it relates to any physical abuse or sexual assault. It's just these peripheral things that often go along with someone who's abusive. So nothing showing abuse, just showing, oh, he's insecure. Oh, he got angry at her one time in a text message. Shit like that, where it would fit along with the narrative, but it doesn't actually provide evidence for any of her fucking claims. So it's kind of strange, and like that this guy was physically assaulting her, like threw a phone at her face and gave her a black eye, but she can't find a single text message of him saying, oh, I'm sorry about what happened, I'll never do it again, or explicitly mentioning, I shouldn't have thrown my phone at you, or her mentioning, you gave me a black eye. Why is none of that ever in these, like, fucking text messages? It doesn't make sense. That is something that a couple like this would probably talk about over text. But she can show some random thing about how, oh, I feel mentally unstable. I'm insecure about my fucking viewership. I want to kill myself. She can show that. But she can't actually show him, like any evidence of any of the fucking claims she's making. Like this dude is surrounded by chicks who are fucking liars.
Up his own stream to respond. I'd like to take an aside here to say that responding to public allegations on a live stream is possibly the worst idea I have ever heard ever in the history of ever. But with that out of the way, let's just get into what Mizkif actually had to say. Before he gets into the actual content of responding to Emmy, he basically says that he is going to go nuclear on the entire streaming scene.
A lot of you guys know, pretty far away from this stuff at this point, but I am totally okay with exposing a lot of things and saying things. At this point, I think it's pretty obvious I will not be friends with any of these people after this. Ludwig was right. I am going to completely separate myself from these people in this community, which is fine, and I've already been doing it, but I have hundreds of messages and DMs from people, things that people probably would never want to get released that are very interesting for everyone, and I will be releasing it as time goes on, because why not?
He also outright states that he did in fact tell her employee at TwitchCon that if she came out about what he did, he would destroy her reputation, specifically regarding the rabbits, which we're going to come back to later. In response to the idea that he had thrown things at her, Mizkif responds by claiming that he had never thrown water bottles at her out of anger or during their fights. He states that he did once throw his phone onto his bed though while he was brushing his teeth, which inadvertently gave her a bruise. And in fairness to him, she did say that she bruises easily, which he also points out.
It would be me throwing my phone on my bed when I brushed.
Somehow his story makes more sense than hers.
My teeth. She did tell me she got a bruise from it, and I stopped. That's all that happened. I will throw you and show you an example, Chad. I'm brushing my teeth. Right here. Look at me. I would throw my phone on the bed. I would just lob it over because I was going to bed. I didn't throw it at her. I want to make that very clear. I never threw it at her. I never hit her. And she even said in her situation that she bruises easily.
As for her claim that he was controlling towards her regarding what she would wear, he claims that it was due to him trying to mitigate the stalking that she would get from viewers. For a little bit of added context for the unfamiliar, it's not uncommon for someone in Emiru's position to have stalkers. It's a sad fact that when you're an online content creator, certain people with mental health issues will begin to perceive that they somehow know you. Schizophrenia in particular will often cause delusions where the person afflicted will feel like media personalities are personally talking to them. I personally have been getting emails for around 2 years from someone who believes that I am a part of ISIS. Shout out to you, my goat. Now, Mizkif claims that his controlling behaviors were to mitigate the presence of these stalkers. While we don't know exactly what was going on with their in-person interactions, I once again am going to refer to the leaked messages from earlier. If you believe Emiru, then this was yet another instance of him being controlling towards her. If you believe Mizkif, then this interaction was him trying to stop her from encouraging more parasocial behaviors from the audience to mitigate the presence of these stalkers. And the content of the messages from from Mizkif do line up with that perspective, although whether that was his true intention is not for me to say. Now, if you'll remember, Emiru had claimed that as a consequence of what happened with the OTK drama, Miz's mind basically snapped. This is something that not only has he talked about before, but he also agrees with it in his response, stating that after this, the only person he really talked to was Emiru, which also aligns with her claim about the relationship being extremely codependent. He admits to being obsessed with viewership, something he didn't really need to admit to, because that much was already obvious from the Rust video. And on top of that, he does in fact go down one path that Emiru had predicted, claiming that she neglected her rabbits.
Emiru has a lot of rabbits, but as those rabbits moved out of her room and into the living room, they started to see disgusting neglect. No food, no water, sometimes not having clean bedding for weeks. And my brother once came over and said, and I quote, "If you ever marry this woman, I'll never forgive you." Here is a video up close of Emiru's rabbits. These are small little mites that are inside the rabbit cage, and she didn't care. She completely neglected these animals, and I'm not gonna sit around and let people say that she didn't. She left them to die. I would tell her to take care of them all the time, but to no avail. She completely neglected.
Yeah. So, she can make up unsubstantiated claims about this guy, completely contradicting other fucking statements she made, no corroborating evidence, and then, this guy gets fucking canceled. But then this chick is abusing animals, and he has, like, literal video evidence of it. Is anything gonna happen to this fucking bitch? No, of course not. Pretty girl good, ugly man bad, ugly man date pretty girl I like. I hate ugly man. I give pretty girl 15 PayPal buck. She say thank you, that means she like me. I still have a chance. Like, we have a culture of fucking retarded simps, dude.
Collected those rabbits, so much that many died just over a year or two of being around in my house. When Maya came over during my cancellation, she actually commented on Emiru's rabbits and said, "These rabbits are completely neglected and this is disgusting."
Now, I'm no rabbitologist or whatever you call someone who likes rabbits a lot, but with that being said, off-rip, looking at Mizkif's streams, this definitely looks bad. It sparked a lot of debate on social media, where people have brought up some other clips from her streams where people then play rabbit expert, trying to determine if the living conditions are suitable for these animals. I'm not going to weigh in too heavily here on this particular thing. It's possible that these animals were mistreated, and I just don't know enough about taking care of them to say one way or the other.
They are being mistreated. They're in tiny little fucking cages. This chick is a bitch.
But as far as Miz's intent,
this chick is a fucking bitch. You do not keep rabbits in tiny little cages like that. That is psychotic. She has them in tiny fucking prisons.
Intentions with bringing this up, it's worth saying that he's including this in a response that has nothing to do with what's being discussed. Miz claims that the last 9 months of their relationship got worse and worse, essentially painting a picture that both of them were toxic towards each other. She says that he would threaten to end his own life. He says they both did it. She claims that she had to get her cat out of the house because Mizkif was mean to the cat. He claims that he wanted her and her cat to leave because her cat would attack his cat. Now, in response to the claims of going juggernaut mode on the house's walls, this is what Miz has to say.
I'm ashamed that the situations got so bad, but Emmy was also violent. She would throw clothes or plushies at me, and I punched holes in the walls or slammed doors in aggression.
Now, I can see the point he's trying to make here, but ultimately, as the audience pointed out, these two things are not really equal. Miz also responds to her claim.
That is such an uncharitable way of looking at things. Like, if somebody is giving you a massive amount of disrespect and deliberately trying to escalate a ridiculous fucking argument, and then they throw shit at you, doesn't matter what it is. Like, yeah, you may trigger somebody to have that kind of fucking response. It's just fucking, like, oh, right, okay. Cute girl throwing plushies at a guy. Oh, that's not so bad. Oh, big scary man punching hole in wall. He bad. Like, if she's the one escalating things and pushing him over the fucking edge and doing what she knows will, like, fucking, like, as if this woman does not know how to trigger this guy, right? So women will find ways to push your fucking buttons. They know how you react to certain situations. And this chick figured out how to fucking make this guy go fucking nuts. And then when he punches holes in the wall, well, like, yeah, ultimately you're fucking responsible for your own actions. But at the same time, if you know, like, a pattern, like, you know what fucking triggers somebody, you know how to push their buttons, and you know how they're gonna fucking react, some of the blame is also on fucking her. Like, give me a fucking break. Like, if this is happening over and over and over again, and she keeps doing this, then why are we fucking making it seem like this guy is, like, the bad guy here? Like, best case scenario for, you know, the, like, less charitable take is they're both at fault, you know? So, like, it's just silly. Like, everyone's just a simp. Dodo, donate $2. Can you get through this whole video without cringing? Probably not. Ugh. Fucking retarded. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
What's your favorite genre of music?
Well, I mostly listen to metal and synthwave, so it'd have to be those two, I assume. Thanks for the donation, Hina. 21st $20 is Isaac's room directly above the basement. No. Can he hear you talk or when you yell like a jackass? When I yell, for sure. How's he doing? Seems to be doing good. Is everything going well with you, too? Is he just home all day? Yeah, things are going well. And, he doesn't have a car, and he can't drive a motorcycle either. He doesn't have a license, and we kind of live out in the middle of nowhere. So, yeah, he's home all day. Thanks for the donation, 21st.
Claims of sexual assault. While Emiru claims that she was crying during the interaction and she let him kiss her, he claims that they were kissing outright, which is when he put the moves on her.
We cuddled for about 30 minutes and started to kiss. She said that she was okay with this on her stream, and I started to advance to the next stage because I thought that's what she wanted. She yelped, and I immediately sprung up and was scared if I did anything wrong. I got scared and left the house. I apologize if that made Emmy
Yeah. Like I said, she let this dude on, and then as soon as, like, she knew exactly what she was doing. And again, her whole narrative doesn't make any sense. She's claiming, at least implicitly, that he sexually assaulted her, and then when she made it obvious she wasn't comfortable, he stopped. Doesn't sound like he was trying to sexually assault you, does it? If he, like, fucking stopped. So, I don't know why we have the most uncharitable take. He misread the situation. Like, we know what actually happened. She was deliberately doing this horse shit. She wanted him to go there and touch her so that she could yell and make him feel uncomfortable and that she would have some ammo to use on him later. This woman is a manipulative psychopath. And even if that wasn't the case, and she's just fucking stupid, let's say she's fucking crazy and stupid, letting a guy do this, leading him on this way, he stopped. So what do you have to fucking complain about, you fucking idiot? Why is anybody criticizing him for this? And then, after she claims this guy sexually assaulted her, she's complaining, oh, he left right away. He should have stayed. I wanted to talk to my sexual assaulter. When I get sexually abused, I want the person to stick around and talk to me. Like, it's just retarded that anybody takes this chick seriously.
Uncomfortable for me not saying sorry, and I wish I said sorry back then.
Now, this particular part of his response has caused a lot of debate on Reddit and other sites as to whether or not what she describes is assault, whether his retelling is assault or not, etc. XQC, for example, seemed more understanding towards Mizkif, while other streamers like Dante have heavily disagreed.
Gay retard.
Mizkif claims that after this interaction, Emiru had told Miz that she wanted to marry him, but he knew that the relationship was too toxic to continue. With that being said, we do know from Emiru's messages from him since then that this wasn't necessarily something he remained consistent on. As of me writing this, Mizkif has not released anything on these other streamers as he initially promised. Instead, he's turned off the comments on his entire channel and gone silent on most of his social media. But that doesn't mean that all of the developments have stopped. As confirmed by both Miz and Emiru, in the wake of the 2022 drama, Mizkif's mental state deteriorated rapidly. After his response was posted, he took to his offline chat to speak about this a bit, stating that during that time period, he did in fact take steroids, took shrooms every day, and at one point took acid. He
was very clearly on steroids. He was probably on some orals. I can do weight dips pretty easily, and I want to do ring dips eventually, so I started to do dips on a trap bar on the squat rack to train for the instability and increase ROM. That's pretty stupid. I don't know why you would train with instability. That does not help you build muscle. If you want to do ring dips for whatever reason, then just do ring dips. There's absolutely 0 point of doing dips in a trap bar that can like slide and move. Instability doesn't help you get stronger or bigger. Soul Child donated $2. Name a single town or city in Ukraine that Russians have done this to. Nothing compares because this is genocide. Are you out of your fucking mind? What was that first city they fucking leveled? They've completely obliterated some cities in Ukraine. They weren't able to actually take any ground, so they resorted to just bombarding certain cities with explosives, literally toppling the place, and then they still couldn't gain any fucking ground. They just forced a tactical retreat. What was it, Bakhmut? It's completely leveled. Every single fucking building is bombed and burnt out and destroyed. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? You fucking stupid?
even specifically clarifies that the steroids gave him anger issues. Now, if you've done a little bit of reading online, or you watch Trend Twins videos, you're probably familiar with the term roid rage. Without getting into the science of it, you can become irritable, snapping at things that wouldn't otherwise make you upset, and flying off the handle into physical violence. Given that Mizkif's mental state was already poor, steroid use definitely didn't help, and probably
That is not true. Steroids can improve your mental health. Just depends on what you're on.
Contributed to not only the violent outburst that Emiru described, but also the Mitch Jones incident. As I said earlier, we don't know exactly what led up to this incident, and given what's said, it's possible that Mitch had goaded Miz into beating him up.
The guy literally admitted to initiating the fight and trying to pull the guy out of the fucking car and saying, fight me, fight me. So, give me a fucking break. This whole narrative is stupid. Steroids don't just necessarily make you more angry and violent. Testosterone and Dianabol in particular seem to have a positive effect on your mood where you actually tend to be more calm. Boldenone is known to cause depression and anxiety, not like anger and rage. I'm on Boldenone. I haven't gotten a depressive effect from it. It just gives me a calming effect. The compounds that tend to cause that kind of anger and rage and agitation are usually 19-nors, especially trenbolone. Nandrolone can do that. Primo is known to cause irritation. I know some people it's very it's a little more rare, but I know Masteron in some people, they report having a lot more anger and rage. And shit like Anadrol, Superdrol, Halotestin for sure. Halo is known to do that. But yeah, Tren and Halo are probably the two top tiers for causing anger and rage. But the other ones really depends how you personally react in dosages and shit. Soulchild Donatillers, Bakhmut only had a pre-war population of 60,000. That's not leveled. You said name a single town or city. Bakhmut is a town or city. So now you're just moving the goalposts. Clearly still... and that is not leveled. That doesn't mean the buildings aren't completely destroyed and blown out, you dumb fuck. They don't have to be leveled. Whereas in Con Yunis, it literally looks like it could be plains in Kansas. That's how flat it is. City of 500k. If a building's destroyed, a building's destroyed. What fucking difference does it make? You think any of those buildings can be re-inhabited, dumb fuck? You're retarded, dude. Like you're the dumbass on stream who always donates this fucking stupid shit.
Up. However, this is just another drop into the bucket of the broader picture that is Mizkif's perpetual crash out after the 2022 drama. And I'm sure doing psychedelic drugs like mushrooms and acid didn't help either. Now, up until this point, I've mostly avoided talking about the reactions of the broader community to Emiru's story, but it hasn't been great for Miz. Another girl accused him of assault, although she says in the post that they had a consensual relationship afterwards. Adriana Lee was obviously...
Oh, okay. This person raped me, but then I started dating him after. He was all right. Yeah, okay, so another lying, dumb, crazy bitch. Like, by the way, you would expect these fucking Twitch fucktards, these women literally have a career based off of getting the most amount of attention possible. They are probably the most likely community of women to make up false rape or sexual assault allegations. They directly benefit off of it. So they make money from attention. They get money from simp bitch like fucking beta male cucks. They stand to gain the most out of any women on the planet for making up false rape accusations or false sexual assault allegations. They get more viewership on their channel, more people talk about them, more traffic is driven over their streams where people can donate. They get all this fucking attention and sympathy from simps, who again are going to donate money. Why are we, like, and again, these stories are just fucking ridiculous. Oh, he raped me, then I started dating him after. Uh-huh, right.
Happy to see Emiru coming out, considering her story from back in the day. Ethan Klein came out in support of Emiru. Asmongold has been shitting on him relentlessly. Livestream fails made South Park edits where Miz is...
Wow, dude. Everyone is such a loser-ass cuck. Dodo Donatiller, Soulchild is the resident dumbass and anti-Semite. Makes you wonder why he is still here, since I don't think he is even trolling. Maybe he's vegan. I don't know. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Cartman, because of course they did, with his, I assume now former friends, NMP Lol, Sfand, and Asmongold changing their profile pictures to play into it. Trainwrecks is seen as a hero, cast out of the Twitch Poggers community, only to play a direct hand in orchestrating their downfall, which many see as deserved given recent events. While Train himself more or less declined to comment, Tectone has come out in support of Emiru. Various other content creators have shared that they either didn't like Mizkif or never heard a nice thing about
gay, retarded simps.
Him behind the scenes. Even Ice Poseidon came back to throw a shot across the bow. And Pokimane also made a statement in the most Pokimane way possible, but I'm not reading that. Now, at the same time that all of this was happening, Rich Campbell's accuser announced that she was dismissing her lawsuit against him, and he personally returned to Twitch after 3 years of silence. And Mizkif has officially been dropped from OTK for the final time. The organization he helped found has now cast him into the Shadow Realm. Meanwhile, Asmongold has implied that more stories are soon to come out.
There have been two additional...
Did you just continue doing ring dips and get better, or did you do anything else? Well, ring dips aren't the only chest exercise I do. I don't know what you mean by that. My gym has ring dips, but they're mount to the 30-foot ceiling and I have hella instability. I don't think it really makes a difference.
Additional people that have alleged that he assaulted them within less than 24 hours of this stuff coming out. And not a single person that is in the space that knew him is really defending him.
And the most recent...
What does any of that mean? None of these women have any evidence for their claims. They're clearly fucking lying. Like they literally even admit to lying. They change their story and then they have to come up with some explanation for how they changed their story. Like, this is so fucking stupid. And again, this is a group of women that stand to benefit the
This
most.
arc is the best VG arc. Even better than Jin Jin Engine Injury in Writer, Steamed Tofu, 2PCT.
Yeah, that's great.
Development in this story is that Mizkif has filed a lawsuit against Emiru, Asmongold, and OTK. Looking at Mizkif's career, it's obvious that he's backed himself into a corner. Whether all of these claims about him are true or not, part of the main
They're clearly all lies.
issue is that the entire culture of Twitch he succeeded in, at least the Austin scene, relied on likability, whereas streamers like Ice Poseidon, who pioneered IRL streaming, and Rekful, who was known for being good at World of Warcraft, and may he rest in peace, had carved out their audiences over the course of years due to slowly building their own communities. Mizkif existed solely as a product of his connections. Once the 2022 drama happened, whether his role in it was as malicious as some people think or not, his ability to network was largely hampered. In early 2022, he thought his success was an inevitability, a trajectory that would just continue forever. Once the drama happened, he hit a major speed bump that called into question if he had been responsible with the connections that he had built. When reality failed to meet expectations, his mental state fractured, leading
Yeah, Lifsu, it looks like you're behind on stream. What you just said makes no sense given the clips we just watched.
him to develop toxic habits and relationships with others. This comparison may seem out of left field, but I promise it's worth noting. Many of you in the broader YouTube audience, or
Can I get your opinion on something? I recently moved out of my parents into an apartment. I have only one apartment next to mine, a man, woman and kid. I sleep during the day and I constantly get woken up hearing banging noises or stomping from their apartment.
Yeah, well, it's during the day and they have a kid, so what do you expect? Thanks for the donation, Sid.
My bedroom is next to their bedroom, I guess, and my bed is against that wall. It just sounds like thumps. It's really frequent and annoying, but if I'm in another room I can't hear it. It's during the day, so is it unreasonable for me to complain to management?
Yes, thanks for the donation, Sid.
or those in my audience, probably remember the allegations made against Dr. Disrespect, where he was accused of messaging a minor inappropriately through Twitch.
Yeah, but there's actually evidence of that.
Twitch whispers, leading to his...
Like, he admitted to it. He literally, flat out, deadass said it happened and admitted to it.
His ban. While at the time this controversy seemed like it would swallow his entire career, in the aftermath he still has hundreds of thousands of loyal fans and a successful career on YouTube as a result. This is partly because many of his fans believe his side of the story, which is that he was framed. But it's also because Dr. Disrespect is like an island content creator. He can operate completely independent of other streamers collabing with him. Mizkif's success, on the other hand, was built on how he related to others. When that fell apart, so did his reputation and his mind, despite the fact that the majority raging at the fact that he was no longer considered out. But ultimately,
yeah, these chicks are clearly liars. He should have pointed. I know he wants to be impartial, but I mean, these chicks are clearly full of shit and they're fucking liars, dude. Like, there's no debating
Semaglutide,
that.
the drug famously... Semaglutide, the drug famously sold under the brand names like Ozempic and Wegovy, has boomed in popularity in just a handful of years. I'm willing to bet you've heard of it. Semaglutide has been used since 2017 to control type 2 diabetes and was approved for weight loss in people without diabetes in 2021. Since then, it's safe to say it's touched off something of a craze. This is a powerful drug and a lot of people are using it and seeing great benefits, which I love for them. However, this explosion in usage is starting to show that semaglutide is ridiculously powerful, and not just for the purposes it's approved for. It's not limited to doing just one thing inside your body, making it a double-edged sword with both benefits and risks. We're starting to learn what all of those things are, and while some of it is great, some of it is less great. So here are 5 things they're not telling you about semaglutide. Before we get into the first item on our list, what are these drugs everybody's talking about? It's part of a class of drugs, sometimes referred to as blood sugar despite their infrequent yet huge meals, and it turns out that they make a super potent version of GLP-1. Since that first one, 6 more of these drugs have been approved, and they are powerful. Nothing
Dodo donators, can we play games now? Maybe soon. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Everything in your body happens in isolation. Taking control of one big process, like blood sugar in the case of these drugs, is going to talk to lots of other processes and make lots of little changes and snowball in ways that we can't always predict, which means taking semaglutide can have a lot of knock-on effects, along with the presumably desired weight loss. Unwanted effects like hair loss, the gaunt appearance of so-called Ozempic face, and even Ozempic feet have made their rounds online, but the drug itself
Yes. When you lose weight, your face will shrink.
Isn't to blame for those headline-grabbing side effects. A fast drop in weight is known to cause visible changes when the skin doesn't keep up with fat loss, and hair is known to fall out in response to inadequate nutrition or rapid weight loss. So instead today, we're going to be talking about actual side effects, some of which are pretty surprising. First up, there's what semaglutide is supposed to do. Humans have many different types of so-called receptors embedded in cell membranes or inside cells. Each type of receptor is like a unique complex switch in an extremely intricate switchboard, and each one responds to the binding of one or more signaling molecules. Anytime you want to start, stop, or change a biological process, signaling molecules and receptors are out there directing traffic. GLP-1 is a signaling molecule naturally produced by the body, mostly in the intestine, in response to eating food. It binds to the corresponding receptors in different parts of the body, influencing processes that govern blood sugar, fat mass, insulin secretion, fullness, and more. GLP-1 drugs basically pretend to be GLP-1, letting us take control of those processes. So here's how that works. Insulin is often compared to a key that unlocks the body's cells, allowing sugar in for energy. People with diabetes may not be able to process sugar adequately on their own. Semaglutide stimulates pancreatic cells to produce insulin far more efficiently than natural human GLP-1, which helps lower blood sugar. Semaglutide also seems highly effective at reducing glucagon, which has the opposite effect of insulin. It raises blood sugar when the cells need more energy. Glucagon levels can be too high in some people with diabetes or higher body fat percentage, allowing too much sugar to hang out in the bloodstream. Semaglutide dials up insulin and reduces glucagon, pulling blood sugar levels down overall. This can protect against the harmful effects of higher blood sugar over time. In the long run, reduced blood sugar levels may lead to reduced conversion of glucose to fat, and this plays one role in the weight loss that occurs with this drug.
No, that's not how they work.
Blood sugar reduction can also be a mixed bag. Semaglutide and other GLP-1 drugs can cause blood sugar to drop too low, especially when dosage is off or when it's used with other glucose-lowering drugs. Known effects of low blood sugar include cognitive issues and anxiety, which is one reason that doctors closely monitor patients on these drugs. This is also why you should take these drugs under the supervision of a qualified healthcare team.
Fucking retarded. Yes, let me massively increase my medical expenses for no reason when I could literally get a $5 blood glucose monitor at Walmart.
And avoid sketchy websites. Some doctors also advise against taking them purely to drop a few pounds for cosmetic reasons. Semaglutide has a lot of effects on how we process and break.
Oh, doctors say so. Doctors say so. So I'm going to spend 5 to 10 times more on the same exact drug
on our meals. So maybe it's not surprising that it can also affect our actual digestive organs. For one, it slows the movement of the digestive system. One way this happens is through the activation of nerves that reduce smooth muscle contractions in the stomach. Semaglutide also seems to act on the pyloric sphincter, the muscular ring between the stomach and the small intestine, which may play a role in slowing down stomach contents from moving on. This can be helpful. Keeping contents in the stomach for longer means sugar getting into the bloodstream more slowly, but it can also contribute to undesirable side effects. One of these is a condition called gastroparesis, or stomach paralysis. This is reported to be as unpleasant as you would imagine. It's worth noting that diabetes itself is known for causing gastroparesis, so diabetics risk developing it whether or not they use semaglutide. But here's one fun consequence. It could affect you if you need surgery. Anesthesiologists have noticed that slow stomach emptying means stuff could stay in your stomach even if you were very good and followed their instructions on when to stop eating, and that increases the risk of aspiration, or stuff coming back up into your airway from your stomach during an operation. There's disagreement among experts on what to do about this. For a while, major professional organizations in anesthesiology recommended stopping semaglutide 1 to 2 weeks before surgery. Though some have walked this back, many hospitals still require stopping.
Dodo Donator's Midwest Mom Donnie did not make it through. Yeah, somebody mentioned that. Yeah, dude, who'd vote for this fucking communist crack addict Somalian? That's good. Thank fuck. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
The drug before a scheduled procedure. Even stranger, there have also been reports of unexpected pregnancies, leading to so-called Ozempic babies. The cause? Some have hypothesized that slow stomach movement decreases the effectiveness of the birth control pill. There is evidence that delayed gastric emptying may affect the way the body processes other drugs, especially those that rely on the speed of digestion or other time-related internal logistics for their efficacy. These include some over-the-counter drugs like Tylenol or prescriptions like certain statins. But it varies from drug to drug. Some medications seem to be processed fine with slower stomach emptying. One small study suggests that birth control pills are among those that should be effective even with the slowed GI movement. Instead, some of these surprise pregnancies could result from an increase in fertility that can come with reduced body fat and blood sugar. More studies are needed to confirm the effects of these drugs on oral contraceptives, though. So some
Great. Well, my stream might go dark for a minute for no reason. because that's how YouTube works. If it goes dark, blacks out my stream for a minute, that'd be so stupid. They give you the warning, and then by the time you get the warning and stop watching the thing, they turn your stream off. Is it gonna happen? I wonder if they're gonna do it. I still have the warning. Fucking retarded. Jesus, so stupid.
It's been tossed around a lot over the years, and most of the time it's not true at all. It's just fear-mongering. But there are some things that actually will. So I decided to ask you guys what happened that prevented you from getting your newbie gains. Now, obviously, as a content creator and as a coach, I had a number of ideas already, and I wasn't super surprised, but it was very interesting to hear actual people talk about what had destroyed their progress. So if you're a beginner to lifter especially, and you're not making the progress that you want, there might be some left.
Rondell Will is a faggot, donated $2. Some parents are proud of their boys for wearing makeup and girls' clothes because they're expressing themselves. My son wore the shirt to school. He was told to take it off or get a suspension. Proud of my boy for standing his ground and serving his suspension. I'm not watching that. It's a little piggy. It's a nice little piggy. Thanks for the donation, Rondell.
Lessons here. And there were actually 15 different categories of responses that I kind of divvied up everything into. So we'll get into these right away. The first, one person said a lack of work capacity impacted their results, which can happen. The work can't work unless
I eat white rice. Brown rice is gross.
you put in the work. That being said, as a beginner, you're not going to be very strong, you're not going to be doing a ton of work anyway, and you should be sensitive enough to the training, to this new stimulus, that work capacity is probably not going to be a limiting factor. But it might later in your lifting journey. Another person said range of motion, and I think this can be a factor, but it's not a super common one, and it's probably not what is limiting most people. Maybe in the extreme if you're doing your bench press and it's like this, but I think if you are not getting a super full range of motion, or you are, that's probably not going to be the thing that is holding you back. One person said alcohol. I think that if you have a really big problem with it, yes, absolutely. But as a beginner, you can probably still go out a few times a week, have a few drinks, and be totally fine.
You should not be drinking alcohol, period, let alone a few times a week.
That should not impact your progress too much. If you're becoming advanced or elite, in that case, yes, you will see very few professional natural bodybuilders who drink on a regular basis. But as a beginner, this should not be the limiting factor. But it might be in the extreme. Now, two people mentioned a lack of specialization, and this can absolutely happen, and it's best to think of each area as being beginner or intermediate or advanced on its own. So if you're a bench bro, your chest might be intermediate, but your legs might be beginner or even just completely untrained. That happens all the time. For some people, maybe their arms are more of a beginner because they haven't trained them very much, and their torso might be an intermediate, or maybe their legs are advanced because they got really into Olympic weightlifting or something, and their back might be more of like a beginner or early intermediate. So you have to look at each area individually. Two people mentioned kind of follow along workouts or circuit style of training, and yeah, this is not going to build very much muscle. It's not emphasizing the right style of training whatsoever. And so yeah, if you're doing this sort of like group classes, Pilates type of stuff, it's just not the right tool for the job. Two people mentioned cardio as killing their gains. I think in the extreme, if you're trying to run marathons, you're doing several hours of cardio a day, especially if you're not eating enough, which we will get to later, believe that could impact your results. But I think for most people, adding in cardio is probably actually a good long-term investment, helps you build up that work capacity as well as the ability to recover. And so for most people, cardio is not going to be killing your gains. But I'm just reporting the data. Even if I don't completely agree with it, it can happen. Two people also said doing too much volume killed their gains. I think this is also possible, particularly if you let the effort and the intensity drop and you're kind of just going through the motions. So it might not actually be the volume that kills your gains. I mentioned technique, and I think maybe higher fats as well. And then it also
Hello, and welcome to No Effort November, a series.
Chopping down a tree and
Stalin's.
Oh, I am getting warm. Too warm. Look at this big kitty on me. You're so big. Hmm? Come, you're so big. Oh, gum gum. Look at this cat. That's a good cat. Love my kitty. You're so fuzzy. You know that? You're so fuzzy. You're my little fuzzy boy. Wow. So handsome. Yeah. Yeah, you're so good. Hmm? You're so good. That's a good baby. Such a good baby. Oh my God. This is a baby. Oh. Oh, I'm sorry, Gum Gum. I gotta get up to pee. Oh, this kitty is so sleepy. I can rub his tummy, he's so sleepy. Yes, that's a good Gum Gum Tum Tum. Favorite big cat? This cat. He's big. Oh my goodness, he's so big. I love you, Gum Gum. Yeah, it's a good baby. No biting. Alright, I have to get up, sweetie. Uh. Where'd you get Gummy? Got him from an old lady who couldn't keep him. He wasn't getting along with the other cats. She found him in her backyard. Okay, I'm just gonna go take a piss. I'll be right back. Oh. Oh, man. I'm finally almost not high anymore. Oh, son of a bitch. You ready for snow next week? Is it actually going to start snowing next week? Ugh, please no. I actually have to get new winter gloves for my motorcycle. The ones I have are pretty dissolved at this point. Like, they're sort of falling apart, and they're also not waterproof, which is sort of a huge problem when it's like really snowing or raining, you know, or freezing rain anytime there's moisture. I don't know which ones to get. I keep seeing... I was looking at the Revit gloves. They have a winter glove that's insulated and I know is waterproof, but like some people are saying they're really stiff. It's hard to use the controls with them. So I don't know. I don't know what gloves to get. And snowmobile gloves, they're like all leather. All the fucking decent ones are leather. It's fucking retarded. And yeah, including the claw motorcycle gloves, like the lobster claw ones. I really like those 2-finger lobster claw gloves for cold weather. But they all have fucking leather. It's fucking retarded. I don't know why it's such a fucking problem to make like snowmobile gloves or something that are vegan. Gay, 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 gay. Get a car, or you're crazy riding a bike in the snow. Well, I've got the sidecar. My sidecar actually handles better in the snow than most cars. Actually handles really well in the snow. Better than your mom. I'm considering getting one of those like old Porsches from like the 1990s or something, or early 2000s. Like a Boxster or something that's relatively cheap, and just putting some like off-road sort of suspension on it or something, get some nicer tires. And then I could basically use it as like a 6-speed rally car for the winter. Yeah, you can drift my sidecar in the snow.
Since Isaac can't drive, that does indeed mean you will be having to grocery shop for him every week, Lamau. I thought you got past that phase of your life, nigga. I guess not. Also, isn't that nigga like 32, and he can't drive? And he's pursuing a master's? WTF.
Well, he's gonna get his motorcycle license like next year. What's it called? When he needs to go grocery shopping, he just comes along with me. So, think we've been out to the store twice now. It's not a big deal. Like, I gotta go to the store too, so I got the sidecar, so it's not really an inconvenience. Yeah, it feels like my shoulder's a bit better. Yeah, I use a pressure cooker. I pressure cooked your mom. Okay, I believe we had to do a thing.
I hear the same excuses you gave when we criticize how you treat redacted. Well, he's gonna get his motorcycle license next year. You finna end up paying for his groceries too, I can tell you right now. You'll let certain things slide. Retarded Nick.
That's nice. Thanks for the donation, dude. Where in the hell am I supposed to go here? Oh, am I literally in the same area, or it's not?
Jesus. You and Isaac in that ugly lime green autistic mobile I mean sidecar. Must be embarrassing as fuck. Reminds me of the days when, redacted, took rides with you in the sidecar and was salty the whole time. You're just running life on repeat, aren't you?
Can't be fucked. That game's fucking stupid sometimes. I just can't fucking tonight. Yeah, I play older games sometimes. We were playing Battletoads. We're gonna start it up again. Once I'm on crystal meth. Oh. Oh, what the fuck? Why is, Did they change your entire fucking loadout for the hardcore mode? Yeah, they do. Why?
Be advised, enemy forces are dug in across multiple sectors. Break their defenses.
Okay, it looks like people are actually playing.
Move out.
It's cool.
For real though, it doesn't take a fucking year for a 32-year-old man to get a driver's license. I guarantee you he's going to get you to go shopping for him and ask you to pick up a few things. You'll do it. You'll even pay for his mayo and guarding tenders.
Frag out!
That's nice. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Objective Alpha neutralized. All call signs, enemy sector has been captured. You're outside the combat area. Return ASAP. Hostiles are mounting their defense in final sector. All elements attack. Let's move! You had my back. Reloading!
Why can't... Oh.
We are attacking objective Bravo. Bravo has been secured. We are heading for victory. Maintain attack on all fronts. Do not give them up. Objective Bravo neutralized.
Oh, they... That was a teammate. Oh, no, wait. That was an enemy. Yeah. That was an enemy. Yeah, I played the Halo multiplayer. It sucks. There is not a valid argument for... Well, I should say there's not a good argument for CP being available to pedophiles. That whole argument's just fucking dumb. Why do I have this gun? Why do I have this gun?
How long until Isaac gets his master's exactly? And he currently doesn't have a job, right? Well, yeah, clearly not, since he can't drive or go anywhere. He's essentially disabled and you have to shop and do everything for him. Sounds like you know who. Lol.
I'm fucking hit!
Why would they just leave me
need a medic!
here?
Stay with me!
Isaac isn't getting his masters anymore. Thanks for the nation conquers.
You're a lifesaver!
Okay, finally, other players are coming onto the team, or their team.
Durian rider Jasmine nigga durian rider Jasmine nigga durian rider Jasmine nigga durian rider Jasmine nigga durian rider
Well, what the fuck is going on? Dumb fucks. Stupid cocksuckers. I don't know why they haven't taken the fucking tank yet. That's super weird.
Be advised, we've lost objective Bravo.
What? Oh, great. Great.
Get back to your squad. The enemy has secured Bravo. Objective Bravo.
No, I'm good.
Frag out!
Oh, it reset my loadout again. Why is it doing that? What? I have no idea why it's resetting my loadout.
Forces have neutralized Bravo.
That's so stupid. What the fuck am I supposed to do with this shit?
The enemy is attacking Alpha.
He's not getting his masters, and he needs a full fucking year to get a motorcycle license. What is he doing all day then, just being a Discord moderator? And that's good enough for you? He can't pay for anything, can't drive anywhere, relies on you in tile.
We have lost Alpha.
That's nice.
Make it! Hold on! Come on! Need a medic!
Fucking serious? Why in the Jesus Christ. Okay, so everybody's a full-fledged retard. Alright. Yeah. Love how people on our team are fucking leaving too.
Enemy attack confirmed on Alpha. We need to rally defense on the marked objective.
Okay, yeah, right. This is hardcore. How long does it take to reload this? I would not have figured it would take that long.
Door Aran Wiser Door Aaron Wiser Durian Rider Durian Rider Durian Rider Durian Rider Durian Rider Jasmine Durian Rider Bread Jasmine before.
This is a shit name. We're like down way too many. Like, why doesn't anybody play hardcore? Fucking stupid. Why would it not let me select my fucking loadout before, the thing? Who knows? It just does that. That's not good.
DurianRider.com DurianRider 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 DurianRider.com DurianRider.
So we're playing hardcore. I shoot the guy in the face like 5 times, and I die. This is what they call hardcore. Oh wait, we're not playing hardcore. Forgot. Fuck. Okay, this game's just stupid. My bad. Yeah, this game's just dumb. Yeah, you get shot in the face 5 times, and then... Oh, well, that happened, right? That's how that works.
It's funny how nobody's made more money off of Durian Rider than you.
Hostile charges defused on objective Alpha. Advised, hostile explosives set on Alpha.
That is incredible how little damage headshots do. Like, actually impressive.
Alright, we've defused enemy explosives on objective Alpha. Our attack's working. Enemy numbers are down.
I have to deploy at HQ? Are you serious? Oh my god! Can you not destroy that stupid thing?
Is a server browser end filter to search for hard and find populated hardcore North American servers sort by player count 100% fix no scam total win tap head no hub no scam.
Okay, I'll do that next. Thanks for the information, dude. Yay. Well, that's a shame. Is that where they're coming from? Or am I looking at... Oh, it's over there. I'm pretty sure they're going to be giving some more hardcore armor.
You're leaving the AO. Return to combat.
Yeah, here I come.
Let's take a break from the killing and look at something wondrous.
Oh. Oh, he's so sentient. Oh my goodness. You can see the sentience right there. Oh wow. Oh my god. I think he can see inside of your soul. That's incredible. That's what you call a good cat. Thanks for the donation, even now. Appreciate it.
Enemy charge set on objective Bravo. Okay, hostile target defused on objective Bravo.
Give me a fucking break. Oh my god.
I need a fucking medic! I need a medic! Throwing front! Medic!
Okay, just let me die then. Yeah, and there you go. I get, like, what, 2 headshots on the guy? And then he can just aim perfectly? Like nothing happened? Why do they do that? Why is there not, like, camera shake and stuff that makes it impossible to aim when you're getting shot? It's so fucking cheap and unfair. Like, give me a fucking break, dude. They're getting shot. Oh, right. Yeah, okay, yeah, sure. Fuck you. That's just ridiculous. Fuck that. That's just silly and fucking stupid. Really? Yeah, I'm doing good, thanks. Yeah. I have no idea why it kept spawning me on that fucking thing. Sorry. Why are we facing backwards? Start off with.
You're outside the combat area. Return ASAP.
Okay. Yeah. We're done with Battlefield. Wow. Are you fucking serious? So, there's no, like, mini-map or anything. I can't tell where the fucking boundary is. It starts you facing backwards in the fucking vehicle. It looks like I'm going down the right path. And then the fucking out-of-bounds thing is so fucking quick, I don't have any fucking time to reverse direction. Fuck you, cocksucker. Ugh. I do not have much patience tonight. Oh yeah, we gotta play baby steps. I forgot about that. Yeah. Is this early access? Yeah, it's early access. Stellar Blade kind of looks like it's fun. Do you know before anyone knew him, Miskiff was Ice Poseidon's permanent cameraman? No. Dude, it's fucking insane how that guy's getting fucked with so much by these lying ass bitch women. Holy fuck. Remind me never to date a fucking streamer. That looks kind of neat. Yeah, I played the new Ratchet and Clank game. I liked it. Thought Rivet was really cute. It's a good character they made. Rivet was actually more interesting than Ratchet.
The Stark Varg is the most powerful electric dirt bike ever made until now. The Stark pushes an industry-leading 938 newton meters of torque, but the bike in this box is claiming a record-breaking 1080 newton meters of torque. It comes pretty much fully assembled, you just need to install the handlebars. It feels heavy, but technically 10 pounds lighter than the Stark Varg. Let me preface that this is a test video on the first factory prototype, thus the serial number 00001. It has sleek body plastics that are removable, no handbrake for the rear, only a measly foot brake, next to this massive Altus hairpin motor. It looks mean, it's direct drive to the rear sprocket, so no belts or gears. A massive controller to handle the insane 144 volt, 35 amp hour battery, which is the highest voltage we've seen.
Is that 144 times 35? 5 kilowatts. It's actually pretty good.
Highest voltage we've seen from almost any bike besides the Stark Varg. There's also storage for a few mangoes, and putting it next to the Stark Varg, it looks pretty much the same size, although the Stark is on smaller Supermoto wheels, which makes it look smaller. The one thing I clearly see...
Hey, that looks pretty good. I think the only thing with the Altus is the suspension probably isn't as nice.
This bike having over the Stark Varg is not the forged carbon with gold inlay, the proprietary custom fit battery, or the premium suspension, all of which the Stark has. It's the seat. The Stark has a narrow, curved, hard seat that feels like a wooden bench compared to the much wider, flatter seat of the Altus, which also has more forgiving cushioning. But besides that, it is clear to the eye which bike costs double. Here is the $14,000 Stark Varg compared to the $7,000 Altus Mega. Stark, Altus, Stark,
yeah, it's like
black
a full-size dirt bike.
Altus. I also have a black one. This is the Pro model with Cirrus suspension and upgraded brakes.
Shit. That might be a good buy.
Oh my god.
Next.
Fuck, that might actually be a good buy.
The Raw Stunts Altus Sigma, the Altus Mega looks massive. Or does it just make the Sigma look small? Jim's jumping on the Mega to warm it up for the first time. Altus 00001. Ooh, much better. Literally no reason to honk. I'm gonna honk at him. He thinks he can honk at us. I have a horn. Oh, okay, I lost power. Oh, great start. Dude, foot brakes suck. Foot brakes suck, and I just totally lost my power. Oh, now we're up again. We're live. Oh, I'm not getting any throttle. I'm gonna turn it on and off.
Dude, that's an ugly headlight.
That was the one thing I told them because I saw this design when I was in China, and I was like, dude, it looks awesome. Change the headlight. They're like, yeah, and then they didn't change it. No idea what that was. I hope that doesn't happen again.
I don't really know where I'm going.
You know what you're wearing, that's for sure. Looking fire. You just pushed me over. Come on, dude, we're on high horses. No, hold up, guys. I'm gonna turn off the brake sensors. Okay, this should work. I just turned every sensor off.
Sure.
Yeah, well, I'm never sure. There's only one way to find out. It's funny, the Sigma, which Raw is on, looks so small. I feel like I'm looking way down on him. Aw, little 98 volt raw. Alright, okay, that's fair. He's got a foot brake on his by choice. I'm gonna switch this over as soon as possible. I don't understand the foot brakes. Unless you grew up with one, man, they're useless. You cannot tell me you have more control with your foot than you have with your own index finger. This is like the ultimate human control right here. For your rear brake, it's perfect.
You're going so slow. I'm busting my balls right now because I don't have the directions when I know I'm going.
GPS Jimmy, in
That'd be
route.
awesome at
We got
IRL.
raw
I don't know.
GBT, GPS Jimmy, and I have nothing to
IRL
offer.
streaming seems very
I'm just here. Here we go, full throttle on race mode. This thing's fast as bye-bye! I am so excited about something that I want to share. I've been thinking about going into an investment for the channel that would take everything to the next level. And I was thinking, I was like, man, I wish I could find a way to save myself a little bit of time here and there. And the biggest way to save myself time would be hiring an editor, but I edit all my own videos and I don't want to hire an editor. I think it's such an important part of the storytelling is in the editing, and I get a lot of satisfaction from it. I love editing. Besides hiring an editor, I'm thinking, how can I save myself the most time? Because I'm running out of time. I'm juggling a lot of things. I'm wearing a lot of different hats or helmets. Just one helmet, but you get what I'm saying. And I realized the best way to save myself time would be to hire a driver. I drive about 2.5 hours every single day in LA traffic on the highway, and that's 2.5 hours every single day. I could be working, editing, sleeping, eating, making phone calls. Then the question is, well, if you got the driver, then maybe we should get a van too. So I'm really excited about getting a Sprinter van, 170 inch, so the long wheelbase, not the 140 inch. And I want to do a full custom build on it. VIP in the front, luxury TV, Xbox, lights, music, speakers, and then in the back, of course, space for all the bikes. Then I can start traveling anywhere, and I can work while I'm on the road, but that also means maybe I can do a cross-country trip, because the only thing stopping me from doing a cross-country trip is I don't want to be the one driving the whole thing. But if I had a van and a driver, man, I could go to all the cities. It's so comfortable going over the bumps. The seat is squishy and the suspension's cushy. This thing just has so much power, I don't want to tear up any of the grass. I really think that's just one thing. If all bikers did not tear up grass, it would save the sport a couple. So like, you see this big beautiful park? Of course I want to rip right through it and tear up a line straight. Of course I want to do that.
Oh shit, here we go.
RTR light. I'm gonna try my best to keep up on this thing. How you feeling?
Not ready for this. It's falling apart. I already lost the front fender. Did you see it?
Yeah, you lost the front fender. No. They told me these are 3D printed plastics. They're not the production molded.
I feel like it's falling apart right now.
Whoa. Bro, the camera does no justice.
Holy fuck.
Oh, he's not done yet.
That was a lot of air. Damn. That guy can fucking
I feel like we exchanged
shred.
the whole conversation while we made eye contact.
You hear this thing?
It's clanking all over the place.
God,
It's a clanker.
I'll go off of it real quick.
No, wait, look at that landing. That's a rough landing.
It's supposed to be. Keeps going straight into park.
Oh no.
Yeah.
That was happening to mine yesterday.
It's not ready for this, I'm promising you.
No, I'm actually really nervous watching you.
And you haven't even seen anything. This is like chicken shit, little tiny trail riding right here. I'll take you like out into the hills, and there's just such fun trail riding all through the canyons with big trees over you. Super fun stuff.
I'm so down.
I mean, the bike feels good. We got to get some bugs worked out of it. They got great suspension on it. The power package feels good.
Yeah.
The wheel size, it feels great. Like, the geometry of the bike definitely...
That actually seems like a really good, cheaper alternative to the Altus. Or not the Altus, the Stark.
Feels good. One, this bike is a production bike. All those bugs are going to be worked out, and it's going to be a great mid-size bike, you know?
No way he's hitting the jump. No way. On the RTR light. Dude, he's coming in so hot. Let's go. I'm so like, okay, that's a little late, I guess. This thing's just falling apart on me. Let's go. Let's go. It's so fun when it works. The ride of shame back to the truck right now. Woo! Ah! Oh my God. Did you see that? Okay, that's a good lesson. That could have just been a hard lesson. Don't block your eyes going over bumps. Can't believe if they fit the Altus. In a pinch for time, I couldn't film the obstacles involved, but I did get them on just without a front brake, and they make this bike look really cool. I'm racing against the sunset to get downtown in time for a race. Ah, there's no way it's at 14%. Everything today's been going wrong. Let's ride. Let's see what we can get out of it. Oh, I'm so disappointed. Man, this has been one of the biggest messes of a video I've ever done. It's a much more comfortable bike than the Stark Varg. So far, that's all it's got on the Stark Varg. Came all the way to LA to race the Varg, and then the Varg wasn't even charged. I swear I plugged it in. Maybe while I'm out here, I can explain the trouble I got.
Elias Tony Teller's thinking about buying a Toyota Yaris hybrid. Do you think that's a good idea? People say that the Yaris is a good car also. I'm kind of more interested in performance cars. Like, I'm not a crazy wacko who needs a Lamborghini or anything, but Yaris hybrid just seems remarkably fucking boring to me. The GR Yaris is really cool, but unfortunately they don't sell it in North America. It's a Europe-only thing. I'd be really happy with a GR Yaris. It's basically their rally car. But yeah, the hybrid, just boring-ass fucking commuter car. I'm also a little worried about maintenance with hybrids. They do tend to have engine problems because of the hybrid system. They have to make special engine oils for hybrids because the engines wear out faster. So, I don't know. I'm not totally sold on the hybrid thing. Like, especially since there's very few hybrid, like, performance cars. So, you know. But yeah, the GR Yaris is actually sick. Yeah. That's accurate.
You never win! You never win!
Okay, thanks for the donation, Elias.
Into in Spain. I wish I could talk about Mexico, what happened there, but I'm not allowed to. Spain, it was the last night, and we're filming for the new Stark Varg launch video, which comes out next week, by the way. It was the last night, and we're riding through the city filming. I literally didn't do a wheelie the entire time because they told us not to. At the very end, it's maybe 3 a.m. Downtown Barcelona, I popped the tiniest little power wheelie. Just the tiniest. My wheel got like this high off the ground. Right after I did that, I hear a honk. I look behind me and there's a car, just a normal car, but it had 4 blue lights on the front of it. And I look back, hey!
I got a start too!
Wow, that is gay. I didn't know Barcelona was so cucked.
Nice, man.
I got a start too!
Cool, cool. And I look behind me and I see the car right there with the 4 blue lights on it. And at first I'm like, oh, it's just some random dude. And then I look through the windshield and there's 2 dudes in it. And they're police officers. And one of them's like so mad. He's like, pull over, pull over. I don't know how long they had been behind me, but I'm sure when I did that little power wheelie, that's when they lit me up. But it was just 4 little blue lights. I was like, what even is this? Anyway, I pulled over. The cops get out. They're so mad. But the whole production team also pulled over with me. So the camera car, which had 5 people in it, and then there were like 6 other riders, so 11 of us are pulled over. And when the cops come up to us in Spanish, they're like, yo, everyone go, we just want him. And they point at me, everyone go, we only pulled him over, go, go. Everyone's like, nah, like he doesn't speak Spanish, like can we translate? They're like, no, go, go. So then it's just me with the Spanish policemen at 3 a.m. on the side of the road, and they're pissed, especially because they know I'm not Spanish. And they look at my ID and they're like, this isn't California, you can't do that. And I think they were even more mad that I was like a tourist riding like that. It was just me and the policeman on the side of the road. Then one of the other riders, Laura from Spain, she came back and she helped translate. You know what the punishment was for doing a wheelie in Spain? $45. Just to give you an
Why even bother?
idea, getting caught doing that in America, they could take your license, take your bike, and put you in jail.
Yeah, I don't know why you'd...
It has gone wrong.
The whole wheelie thing is fucking stupid, because, like, anything's a fucking wheelie.
Including it raining in the last day that I have to film this.
1, 2, 3.
Oh,
Okay, well, Stark's faster.
it's f***ing peeling away!
Yeah, I think I'm too big at this point to ride any of these smaller mid-size electric dirt bikes. I'd need a full-sized one like a Stark. I'm just, like, too big and heavy.
Prototype Altis Mega.
Yeah, that Altis looks pretty sick, though. Alright. Well, it is late, and I'm probably gonna have to poop before I go to bed. Do the old bowel emptying procedure. Shit. Out of my ass. You feel me? But, hope you all had fun. Big thanks to everybody who donated in Streamlabs. Really appreciate it. I might do a workout stream tomorrow, maybe. Not entirely sure yet. We'll see. But I will be on tomorrow regardless. So I will see all of you then. But, sweet dreams, everybody. I hope that you have the most restful, peaceful, wonderful sleep you've ever had in your entire lives tonight. And you are ready to watch me do stuff again tomorrow. But, nighty night. Thanks again, and I'll see you all tomorrow.